How's there? Very helpful to have announcers.
As a senator, I once shared the same elevator with him.
You know,
So
I got
after you-
here, I actually moved to Washington on Election Day in 2008. Came here to work at the Capitol just about a week later. And then, so my first big public event was actually President Obama's first inaugural, 2009. And my job for the day was actually to escort people to their spots, to their seats.
Oh, nice.
As we mentioned this year, you know, different seating than in years past.
Ladies and gentlemen, the Chief Justice of the United States, the Honorable John G. Roberts Jr., and the Associate Justices of the Supreme Court.
Justice Sotomayor will be doing the swearing in later for VP-elect Harris.
Yes, careful, everyone.
Yeah, everyone needs to watch their step. There's carpeting there.
I know what people are thinking. Why can't they take an elevator? It's just not that simple.
Well, this is a historic building. It's
Well, just to get to that point, there's other areas. Justice Barrett, I see, just towards the end.
Elena Kagan there.
Yep, Justice Kavanaugh.
It would seem that they have stepped out in order, almost in the way that they're seated, right? Because they're seated in the chamber, Chief Justice in the middle, and then the other Associate Justices
Ladies and
fan out
gentlemen,
on either
the
side in
children
order
of
of
Vice
experience.
President-elect Harris and Mr. Douglas Imhoff, Cole Mackin Imhoff, and Ella Rose Imhoff.
You know, I was reading that we have a lot of stepmothers involved
Yes.
in the ceremony today. Dr. Jill Biden, stepmother to President-elect Biden's sons, and then, of course, Vice President-elect Harris, stepmother to these two individuals here.
This is likely as much as we'll see of the children as coverage of young people. It's out of respect to the family. So
Being shown to their seats. They are young, 21 and 26. And Vice President-elect Harris has been their stepmother for a few years now. I think they were maybe teens.
this seems so strange that there's so few people here. But
it looks very different than inaugurations past. But this tradition is so long that although this looks different than the last one and the one before that, it may not look that different than the ones at the very beginning. You know, we talked about 1801 and people saying they couldn't spot Jefferson because he wasn't wearing any special sash or hat or anything.
Coordination of spacing.
These are more family members here, I believe. These are the Biden's children here. So this is Biden family members.
I've toured President-elect Biden's brother.
You know, we, in addition to,
Years ago.
you know, I think folks, when they think about visiting the Capitol, they think about sending their young students here on field trips from all over the nation, or think about coming in and looking at the artworks with us. But we do give tours sometimes to important guests and
Yes,
dignitaries.
very, very fortunate.
Former President Clinton there shown on the platform.
We're approaching the 11 o'clock hour, and in another hour, President Biden-elect, well, he'll be sworn in, and we'll hear his remarks in less than that time. So, yes, people have waited a long time, but the end is near.
All right, so the Biden children, grandchildren, about to step into the chute and out onto the platform. Robert Hunter Biden II, Ashley Blazer Biden, and the grandchildren of the president-elect there. So folks have passed through the crypt and sort of out and down the other side, down here toward the west front. They're about to step through the draped door that we've been looking at from the outside of the platform, kind of just beneath those flags.
A question one might
Ladies
ask.
and gentlemen, the children of President-elect Biden, Robert Hunter Biden II, and Ashley Blazer Biden, also the grandchildren of the president-elect.
Now, I just want to point out the Marine Band here is playing John Philip Sousa March, which is called Bo Ideal. As we see the Biden children and grandchildren headed out to the platform to take their seats.
This is the area of the Capitol Visitor Center.
Yeah, that's the area where the visitor center attaches to the old front of the Capitol. So if you look closely at the walls here, you can see sandstone from the 2000s attached to sandstone from the 1800s, and a little clear window in the floor. Coming through the crypt.
Now, with the approach of Vice President Pence, who's a pretty cool customer, if this isn't emotional, it will be when he leaves on the East Front. So it'll be interesting to see for him and his wife. Just their posture coming down, what the emotions might be. Has to be surreal.
Yes. And while all this is happening, the platform filling up with members, the president-elect waiting somewhere inside the Capitol. If you can imagine folks being backstage before a big performance, the jitters, the butterflies, hoping you remember your lines, hoping you remember your marks, right, where you're supposed to stand. And then we have these cameras and spots watching folks come down the steps. Just behind those steps is actually the spot where they were meant to entomb George Washington, underneath the crypt of the Capitol. Vice President Pence here, about to step out from the chute. We see the Obamas on the platform. Soon there'll be an announcement for everybody to be seated, but not yet.
We do have a ways to go. We have the national anthem to be rendered.
Yes. We have performances to watch. We have poems to hear. This program has expanded and contracted over the years, according to the priorities of the day and according to the traditions. According to the conditions of the day. When they've had to cut things short for one reason or another, they probably, left some things out. And other times people have thought, well, I've got this moment and I'm going to hear my favorite poet and I'm going to hear my favorite musician.
Ladies and gentlemen, accompanying the Vice President, the Secretary of the Senate, the Honorable Julie E. Adams, and Chief Administrative Officer of the House of Representatives, Catherine Spindor.
So we got the Secretary of the Senate, Chief Administrative Officer of the Senate there, accompanying Vice President Pence.
Miss Adams was on the left-hand side.
And Karen Pence, his wife. Here with Vice President Pence, getting ready to come out of the chute.
The Pences have my church. Yes.
Vice President Pence is, I think, probably the member of Congress, Senate, that visitors have spotted the most on my tours in the past couple of years.
He has time for people, doesn't he?
He stops and shakes hands. I had whole school groups of 8th graders run over to meet the vice president. And again, it's one of those moments folks can't believe they're having. Came on a tour of the Capitol and saw the vice president. Oh, there they are, those tabards on the herald trumpets.
Ladies and gentlemen, the Vice President of the United States, the Honorable Michael R. Pence and Mrs. Karen Pence.
Quite a warm reception.
Marine Man, like Hail Columbia. Oh, I'm sorry. I think this is another Sousa March. As the Pences step out onto the platform, head to their seats.
Oh, riders for the flag, yes.
You see some of the justices there in the same shot with Vice President Pence.
Familiar tune? You can hear the audience singing "This Is My Country." You can hear that.
I was reading about the Marine Band uniforms, and they have a slightly different uniform for the orchestra because those epaulets on the shoulder make it very hard for them to hold the violins and such. So it's an incredible thing to think about uniform design having to conform to what musicians need to play their instruments. Vice President Pence there. Oh, we see there's Dan Quayle and George W. Bush there exchanging a greeting on the platform. Former presidents and former vice presidents and justices, you can see them all there. And families. Harris family that we see here.
Did you notice those two strollers earlier out on the east front? I think.
I didn't see the
Yes,
strollers.
two strollers.
Sure.
On the east front. I think we know who's in those strollers now.
I think we do. Got some small ones there. I think maybe the only equivalent in most of our lives maybe is attending like a graduation ceremony for a family member, perhaps. And
Graduation, commencement, I would agree.
yeah, the idea of everyone, the time it takes for everyone to find their seats, and then for all the names to be announced, and then for everybody to depart. And you've got to dress for the duration, right?
Yes. We should mention to people there is a plan B if we don't have it on the west front outside, and a plan C. But
Seating down here on the west front lawn. So members of Congress, some former members, other guests.
some of our colleagues are working in that area.
Those mayors and governors that we saw earlier arriving, the diplomatic corps, all these folks have found seats. And of course, everything spread out due to the pandemic. You can see President-elect Biden there at the top corner of our screen. Lots of photos being taken. Some family members. I believe those are the Biden granddaughters there, the three ladies in sort of pastel color coats. There is a very interesting fashion strategy for the day. Folks seem to pick bright colors so they can be spotted among this sea of dark overcoats on the platform. But again, it's a little more spread out than normal, so it's a bit easier to pick out individuals. Another view of the Marine Band here.
You know, one thing we've noticed, no one has gone back into entrance.
Coming out the west door.
Yes, once you're
nobody's
out.
back in the west
Once you're
door.
out, I think that's it. Oh. Coming down the east staircase.
An Albert Bierstadt painting there on
Yes.
the staircase over there is VP-elect
That
Harris.
painting that people just saw used to be in the House of Representatives chamber.
And they're preparing to walk across the crypt. So that escalator you can spot at the back of the shot, that's leading down into the Capitol Visitor Center, the newest part of the Capitol complex, opened up in 2008.
December 2nd. You remember that? Officer Goodman.
In the light brown coat.
Boy, that's going to be quite a moment. Quite a moment.
Kamala Harris and Doug Emhoff here preparing to cross the crypt. Here they go. You see those sandstone columns in the crypt. So again, in the pale light brown coat there, United States Capitol Police Officer Eugene Goodman. Deputy Sergeant at Arms.
Yes, for this ceremony.
Acting Deputy Senate Sergeant at Arms.
Excuse me.
Eugene Goodman. Eugene O. Goodman. Private First Class, United States Capitol Police.
Very soft-spoken gentleman. Says 4 words a week. Just
He's a familiar face to
Yes.
us and to our colleagues in the guide service. And he's a face that you all may have seen recently and some photographs and video of the Capitol. We can hear the footsteps of VP-elect Harris coming down the stairs from the crypt. Officer Goodman, this is a walk he's made many a time, but never as part of the procession in quite this way.
don't you feel like he's on duty? He's just
You can see his eyes sort of going back and forth. Of course, he's seeing familiar faces all around him, but
Ladies and gentlemen, accompanying the Vice President-elect, the Chief of Inaugural Ceremonies, Maria Miller-Lohmeyer, the Acting Deputy House Sergeant-at-Arms, Kevin Grubbs, and the Acting Deputy Senate Sergeant-at-Arms, United States Capitol Police Officer, Private First Class Eugene O. Goodman.
well, crescendo applause, and we know who that's for.
yeah.
Officer Goodman. His actions more than heroic.
Oh, there we see Speaker Pelosi. And looks like the rest of the JSIP there preparing to cross. So
Warrior in the red scarf.
we've got to spell out our acronyms. It's the Joint Congressional Committee on
Ladies and
Inaugural
gentlemen,
Ceremonies.
the Vice President-elect of the United States, Kamala Devi Harris, and Mr. Douglas Emhoff.
Vice President-elect Harris, who resigned her seat as a senator from California just yesterday, and today, very shortly, to be sworn in as Vice President.
So her office within the Capitol will move
Yes.
from her senator's office to the vice president's office.
So it's really
Senate
Richard
side of the
Nixon that
Capitol.
really transferred the location of the vice presidency, working towards the old executive office building.
And putting the locus of the vice president office here at the Capitol. But of course, they are the tie-breaking vote in the Senate. All right, so on our camera there on the right, we can see Representative Hoyer in the red scarf, member of the Joint Committee, the JSIC, Joint Congressional Committee on Inaugural Ceremonies. VP-elect Harris hugging her children there.
Oh, that's a moment there. Vice President.
VP
Vice
meeting
President.
VP.
Yes, Harris-elect. Vice President-elect Harris. Yes.
And notice the real furniture, folks. There's folding chairs out there, but it's a real chair and a real table. And on that table, I believe, are some of the sacred texts that are going to be used today. Representative Clyburn there having a moment with VP-elect Harris.
Do I see snow?
I see snow flurries, it looks like, in this shot of Chuck Schumer.
Those are snow flurries. You notice it has gotten considerably darker.
The wind did pick up.
Well, soon to be the 46th president.
Joe
Joseph
Biden,
Dr.
Joe Biden
making their way.
getting ready to cross through the crypt.
We'll wave to the cameras.
I can't stress enough that we have cameras in areas that you won't see on any other live stream or broadcast. These behind the scenes shots, this idea
The
that you
Joint
can see into the
Congressional
visitor
Committee on
center.
Inaugural Ceremonies, Staff Representative Alexandria Gordican DeChico, accompanying the House Republican leader, the Honorable Kevin McCarthy. Staff Representative Bridget Brennan, accompanying House Majority Leader, the Honorable Steny Hoyer and Mrs. Yvette Lewis. Staff Representative Kate Knudsen, accompanying Speaker of the House of Representatives, the Honorable Nancy Pelosi and Mr. Paul Pelosi. Staff Representative Lindsey Kerr, accompanying the Honorable Amy Klobuchar and Mr. John Bessler. Staff Representative Stephanie Hager Mucko, accompanying Senate Majority Leader, the Honorable Mitch McConnell and the Honorable Elaine L. Chao. And Staff Representative Rochelle Graves Schroeder, accompanying the Chairman of the Joint Congressional Committee on Inaugural Ceremonies, the Honorable Roy Blunt and Mrs. Abigail Blunt.
So those members of the JCEC, the Joint Congressional Committee on Inaugural Ceremonies, the official host of today's 59th inaugural ceremonies, we can see them there headed out onto the platform. The announcer just said the names.
Proud moment for the committee.
They've put all this together.
Not just September, well before that, the planning has gone on. And now let's be honest, this has been a different inauguration and hopefully something that we won't see again for a lot of different reasons. And they've really pulled this off handsomely. There goes Senator Blunt, the former Majority Whip of the House. He's been through a few of these ceremonies. Again, this is the second time he has chaired this committee.
Yes.
There's been 5 people to chair the committee twice, and Senator Blunt would be the latest.
He spoke of this ceremony today being an assurance for all people, our continued and unbroken commitment, continuity, stability, perseverance, democracy. As we get ready to see the peaceful transfer of power, an event both commonplace and miraculous. President-elect Biden here and Dr. Jill Biden just passing through the crypt of the Capitol, soon to emerge onto the platform. We can see the back of the Obamas here on the platform. Cole and Ella, and it's snowing. Cole and Ella, VP Harris's children there. Ella is the young lady you see with the plaid coat with kind of a embellishment on the shoulder.
Ladies and gentlemen, accompanying the President-elect, the Staff Director of the Joint Congressional Committee on Inaugural Ceremonies, Fitzhugh Elder IV, the Acting House Senate Sergeant-at-Arms, Tim Blodgett, and the Acting Senate Sergeant-at-Arms, Jennifer Hemingway.
You know, snow, not unheard of in Washington in January. But you know what? When they used to have these in March, snow was also not unheard of.
Not at all.
Until 1933, inaugurations happened in March, and pretty risky in the era before paved roads.
Well, our last inauguration, we had a little bit of rain. President Trump, on our last inauguration, of course, President Obama, I think it was about 25 degrees.
The weather's always an element.
Ladies and gentlemen, the President-elect of the United States, Joseph Robinette Biden Jr. and Dr. Jill Biden.
This piece by the Marine Band Trio from Hail America. A Marine band known as the President's Own. They play at the pleasure of the President and the Commandant of the Marine Corps. And they played at every inauguration since Jefferson's. Biden's approaching their seats on the platform here. Greeting former VP Dan Quayle.
Look at his eyes.
The pride.
Ladies and gentlemen, please be seated.
That's a phrase that is well welcomed right now. Let's enjoy the ceremony.
Please welcome the Honorable Amy Klobuchar.
Vice President Pence, Mr. President-elect, Madam Vice President-elect, members of Congress and the judicial branch, former presidents and first ladies, vice presidents, leaders from abroad, and a whole bunch of Bidens. America, welcome to the 59th presidential inauguration, where in just a few moments, Joe Biden and Kamala Harris will take their solemn oaths. This ceremony is the culmination of 244 years of a democracy. It is the moment when leaders brought to this stage by the will of the people promised to be faithful to our Constitution, to cherish it and defend it. It is the moment when they become, as we all should be, guardians of our country. Have we become too jaded, too accustomed to the ritual of the passing of the torch of democracy to truly appreciate what a blessing and a privilege it is to witness this moment? I think not. 2 weeks ago, when an angry, violent mob staged an insurrection and desecrated this temple of our democracy, it awakened us to our responsibilities as Americans. This is the day when our democracy picks itself up, brushes off the dust, and does what America always does, goes forward as a nation under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all. This conveyance of a sacred trust between our leaders and our people takes place in front of this shining Capitol dome for a reason. When Abraham Lincoln gave his first inaugural address in front of this Capitol, the dome was only partially constructed, braced by ropes of steel. He promised he would finish it. He was criticized for spending funds on it during the Civil War. To those critics, he replied, "If the people see the Capitol going on, it is a sign we intend the Union shall go on." and it did, and it will. Generations of Americans gave their lives to preserve our republic in this place. Great legislation to protect civil rights and economic security and lead the world was debated and crafted under this dome. Now it falls on all of us, not just the two leaders we are inaugurating today, to take up the torch of our democracy, not as a weapon of political arson, but as an instrument for good. We pledge today never to take our democracy for granted as we celebrate its remarkable strength. We celebrate its resilience, its grit. We celebrate the ordinary people doing extraordinary things for our nation, the doctors and nurses on the front line of this pandemic, the officers in the Capitol, a new generation never giving up hope for justice. We celebrate a new president, Joe Biden, who vows to restore the soul of America and cross the river of our divides to a higher plane. And we celebrate our first African American, first Asian American, and first woman vice president, Kamala Harris, who stands on the shoulders of so many on this platform who have forged the way to this day. When she takes the oath of office, little girls and boys across the world will know that anything and everything is possible. And in the end, that is America, our democracy, a country of so much good. And today, on these Capitol steps and before this glorious field of flags, we rededicate ourselves to its cause. Thank you. It is now my honor to introduce to you the senator who has worked with me and so many others to make this ceremony possible, my friend and the chair of the inaugural committee, Missouri Senator Roy Blunt.
Well, I should have known when Senator Klobuchar got involved, at least there'd be a touch of snow up here this morning. Of all the things we'd considered, I don't think snow was on my agenda till I walked out the door a moment ago. But thank you, Senator Klobuchar, and thanks to the other members of the Joint Congressional Committee on the Inauguration as we officially begin the 59th inaugural ceremony. I also want to thank the Joint Committee staff and our partners, particularly our security partners, for the way they've dealt with unprecedented circumstances. When I chaired the inauguration 4 years ago, I shared President Reagan's 1981 description of this event as commonplace and miraculous. Commonplace because we've done it every 4 years since 1789. Miraculous because we've done it every 4 years since 1789. Americans have celebrated this moment during war, during depression, and now during pandemic. Once again, all three branches of our government come together as the Constitution envisions. Once again, we renew our commitment to our determined democracy, forging a more perfect union. That theme for this inauguration, our determined democracy, forging a more perfect union, was announced by the Joint Committee before the election with the belief that the United States can only fulfill its promise and set an example for others if we are always working to be better than we have been. The Constitution established that determined democracy with its first three words, declaring the people as the source of the government. The Articles of Confederation hadn't done that. The Magna Carta hadn't done that. Only the Constitution says the government exists because the people are the source of the reason it exists. They immediately followed those first three words with the words to form a more perfect union. The founders did not say to form a perfect union. They did not claim that in our new country nothing would need to be improved. Fortunately, they understood that always working to be better would be the hallmark of a great democracy. The freedoms we have today, the nation we have today, is not here just because it happened, and they aren't complete. A great democracy working through the successes and failures of our history, striving to be better than it had been. And we are more than we have been, and we are less than we hope to be. The assault on our Capitol at this very place just 2 weeks ago reminds us that a government designed to balance and check itself is both fragile and resilient. During the last year, the pandemic challenged our free and open society and called for extraordinary determination and sacrifice, and still challenges us today. Meeting that challenge head on have been and are healthcare workers, scientists, first responders, essential frontline workers, and so many others we depend on in so many ways. Today we come to this moment, people all over the world, as we're here, are watching and will watch what we do here. Our government comes together. The Congress and the courts join the transition of executive responsibility. One political party more pleased today and on every inaugural day than the other. But this is not a moment of division, it's a moment of unification. A new administration begins and brings with it a new beginning. And with that, our great national debate goes forward, and a determined democracy will continue to be essential in pursuit of a more perfect union and a better future for all Americans. What a privilege for me to join you today. Thank you. I'm pleased to call to the podium a longtime friend of the president-elect and his family, Father Leo O'Donovan, to lead us in an invocation. Please stand if you are able and remain standing for the national anthem and the pledge to our flag.
Gracious and merciful God, at this sacred time we come before you in need, indeed on our knees. But we come still more with hope and with our eyes raised anew to the vision of a more perfect union in our land, a union of all our citizens to promote the general welfare and secure the blessings of liberty to ourselves and our posterity. We are a people of many races, creeds, and colors, national backgrounds, cultures, and styles, now far more numerous and on land much vaster than when Archbishop John Carroll wrote his prayer for the inauguration of George Washington 232 years ago. Archbishop Carroll prayed that you, O Creator of all, would assist with your Holy Spirit of counsel and fortitude the President of these United States, that his administration may be conducted in righteousness and be eminently useful to your people. Today we confess our past failures to live according to our vision of equality, inclusion, and freedom for all. Yet we resolutely commit still more now to renewing the vision, to caring for one another in word and deed, especially the least fortunate among us, and so becoming a light for the world. There is a power in each and every one of us that lives by turning to every other one of us, a thrust of the Spirit to cherish and care and stand by others, and above all, those most in need. It is called love. and its path is to give ever more of itself. Today, it is called American patriotism, born not of power and privilege, but of care for the common good, with malice toward none and with charity for all. For our new president, we beg of you the wisdom Solomon sought when he knelt before you and prayed for an understanding heart so that I can govern your people and know the difference between right and wrong. We trust in the counsel of the letter of James. If any of you lacks wisdom, you should ask God, who gives generously to all without finding fault, and it will be given to you. Pope Francis has reminded us how important it is to dream together. By ourselves, he wrote, we risk seeing mirages, things that are not there. Dreams, on the other hand, are built together. Be with us, holy mystery of love, as we dream together. Help us under our new president to reconcile the people of our land, restore our dream and invest it with peace and justice and the joy that is the overflow of love. To the glory of your name, forever, amen.
Ladies and gentlemen, please remain standing for the presentation of our national colors by the Armed Forces Color Guard, the singing of our national anthem, and for the Pledge of Allegiance. Ladies and gentlemen, here for the singing of our national anthem, accompanied by the President's own United States Marine Band, please welcome Lady Gaga.
Welcome to Boss FM Black News Alerts live coverage of the 59th annual, well, it's not an annual, it's the 59th inauguration of the President of the United States. Happening right now, Lady Gaga singing the national anthem. Covering this, is this an exciting day for you, Tiff?
Yes, because 45 is gone. So I think that it is a very exciting day for me personally. I, am singing my own national anthem, Lift Every Voice and Sing, the national Black anthem. But I think that it is, it's just beyond time. It's beyond time that we have a new president, that we get some new leadership, and that the country just moves on. So absolutely, I'm very excited today.
I'm happy to move on. I'm really happy to move on. I haven't been happier.
I haven't been happier. I have not been this happy in years to see new leadership. We have a lot of work ahead. There's a lot to do. It's going to be a long day today. Some of the ceremonies have been cut short just due to the pandemic, but I think a lot of us are excited today.
Absolutely. So we'll continue this coverage. Tiff and I will be here just to offer commentary from a different perspective. You know which perspective we're coming from. Tweet along with us on Black News Alerts or at Boss FM Digital. And back to the inauguration.
What you are all about to be part of, America, is a historic moment of firsts. To administer the oath to our first African American, our first Asian American, and our first woman vice president, Kamala Harris, it is my great privilege to welcome to the inaugural stage the first Latina to ever serve on the Supreme Court of the United States of America, Justice Sonia Sotomayor.
Ladies and gentlemen, please remain standing for the oath of office, followed by musical honors.
Please raise your right hand and repeat after me. I, Kamala Davy Harris, do solemnly swear
I, Kamala Davy Harris, do solemnly swear
that I will support and defend the Constitution of the United States
that I will support and defend the Constitution of the United States
against all enemies, foreign and domestic,
against all enemies, foreign and domestic,
that I will bear true faith and allegiance to the same,
that I will bear true faith and allegiance to the same,
that I take this obligation freely,
that I take this obligation freely,
without any mental reservation or purpose of evasion,
without any mental reservation or purpose of evasion,
that I will well and faithfully discharge
that I will well and faithfully discharge
the duties of the office on which I am about to enter.
the duties of the office upon which I am about to enter.
So help me God.
So help me God.
All right.
Ladies and gentlemen, please be seated. Please welcome Jennifer Lopez to perform This Land Is Your Land and America the Beautiful, accompanied by members of the President's own United States Marine Band.
This land is your land. This land is my land. From California to the New York Islands, from the Redwood Forest to the Gulf Stream waters. This land was made for you and me. As I went walking down that ribbon of highway, I saw above me that endless skyway. I saw below me that golden valley. This land was made for you and me. Oh, this land, oh, this land was made for you and me. Oh, this land, this land was made for you and me. You and me. Oh, America, God shed His grace on thee and crown thy good with brotherhood. From sea to shining sea.
Una nación bajo Dios, indivisible, con libertad y justicia para todos. Let's get
loud. This land was made for you and me.
Well, that was great. The sun is shining, and Mr. President-elect, this is the first inauguration in the history of America where J-Lo was the warm-up act for Chief Justice Roberts. With that, it is now my distinct honor to introduce the Chief Justice of the Supreme Court of the United States, John Roberts, to administer the presidential oath to the next President of the United States, Joseph R. Biden.
Ladies and gentlemen, please stand for the oath of office, followed by musical honors.
Please raise your right hand and repeat after me. I, Joseph Robinette Biden Jr., do solemnly swear
I, Joseph Robinette Biden Jr., do solemnly swear
that I will faithfully execute
that I will faithfully execute
the office of President of the United States
the office of President of the United States
and will, to the best of my ability, preserve, protect, and defend the Constitution of the United States.
the Constitution of the United States.
So help you God.
So help me God.
Congratulations, Mr.
Thank you.
President.
Ladies and gentlemen, please be seated.
My fellow Americans, a moment we have all been waiting for. It is now my great privilege and high honor to be the first person to officially introduce the 46th President of the United States, Joseph R. Biden, Jr.
Chief Justice Roberts, Vice President Harris, Speaker Pelosi, Leader Schumer, Leader McConnell, Vice President Pence, and my distinguished guests, my fellow Americans. This is America's day. This is democracy's day, a day of history and hope, of renewal and resolve. Through a crucible for the ages, America has been tested anew, and America has risen to the challenge. Today, we celebrate the triumph not of a candidate, but of a cause, the cause of democracy. The people, the will of the people has been heard, and the will of the people has been heeded. We've learned again that democracy is precious. Democracy is fragile. And at this hour, my friends, democracy has prevailed. So now, on this hallowed ground where just a few days ago, violence sought to shake the Capitol's very foundation, we come together as one nation, under God, indivisible, to carry out the peaceful transfer of power as we have for more than 2 centuries. As we look ahead in a uniquely American way, restless, bold, optimistic, and set our sights on the nation we know we can be and we must be. I thank my predecessors of both parties for their presence here today. I thank them from the bottom of my heart. And I know the resilience of our Constitution and the strength of our nation, as does President Carter, who I spoke with last night, who cannot be with us today, but whom we salute for his lifetime in service. I've just taken the sacred oath each of those patriots have taken, the oath first sworn by George Washington. But the American story depends not on any one of us, not on some of us, but on all of us, on we the people who seek a more perfect union. This is a great nation. We are good people. And over the centuries, through storm and strife, in peace and in war, we've come so far, but we still have far to go. We'll press forward with speed and urgency, for we have much to do in this winter of peril and significant possibilities. Much to repair, much to restore, much to heal, much to build, and much to gain. Few people in our nation's history have been more challenged or found a time more challenging or difficult than the time we're in now. Once-in-a-century virus that silently stalks the country. It's taken as many lives in 1 year as America lost in all of World War II. Millions of jobs have been lost. Hundreds of thousands of businesses closed. A cry for racial justice, some 400 years in the making, moves us. The dream of justice for all will be deferred no longer. A cry for survival comes from the planet itself. A cry that can't be any more desperate or any more clear. And now, a rise of political extremism, white supremacy, domestic terrorism, that we must confront and we will defeat. To overcome these challenges, to restore the soul and secure the future of America, requires so much more than words. It requires the most elusive of all things in a democracy: unity. Unity. In another January, on New Year's Day in 1863, Abraham Lincoln signed the Emancipation Proclamation. When he put pen to paper, the president said, and I quote, "If my name ever goes down into history, it'll be for this act, and my whole soul is in it." My whole soul is in it. Today, on this January day, my whole soul is in this. Bringing America together, uniting our people, uniting our nation. And I ask every American to join me in this cause. Uniting to fight the foes we face: anger, resentment and hatred, extremism, lawlessness, violence, disease, joblessness, and hopelessness. With unity, we can do great things, important things. We can right wrongs. We can put people to work in good jobs. We can teach our children in safe schools. We can overcome the deadly virus. We can reward work and rebuild the middle class and make healthcare secure for all. We can deliver racial justice, and we can make America once again the leading force for good in the world. I know speaking of unity can sound to some like a foolish fantasy these days. I know the forces that divide us are deep and they are real. But I also know they are not new. Our history has been a constant struggle between the American ideal that we're all are created equal and the harsh, ugly reality that racism, nativism, fear, demonization have long torn us apart. The battle is perennial, and victory is never assured. Through Civil War, the Great Depression, World War, 9/11, through struggle, sacrifice, and setbacks, our better angels have always prevailed. In each of these moments, enough of us have come together to carry all of us forward. And we can do that now. History, faith, and reason show the way of unity. We can see each other not as adversaries, but as neighbors. We can treat each other with dignity and respect. We can join forces, stop the shouting, and lower the temperature. For without unity, there is no peace, only bitterness and fury. No progress, only exhausting outrage. no nation, only a state of chaos. This is our historic moment of crisis and challenge, and unity is the path forward. And we must meet this moment as the United States of America. If we do that, I guarantee you we will not fail. We have never, ever, ever, ever failed in America when we've acted together. And so today, at this time, in this place, let's start afresh, all of us. Let's begin to listen to one another again, hear one another, see one another, show respect to one another. Politics doesn't have to be a raging fire, destroying everything in its path. Every disagreement doesn't have to be a cause for total war. And we must reject the culture in which facts themselves are manipulated and even manufactured. My fellow Americans, we have to be different than this. America has to be better than this. And I believe America is so much better than this. Just look around. Here we stand in the shadow of the Capitol Dome, as was mentioned earlier, completed amid the Civil War, when the Union itself was literally hanging in the balance. Yet we endured. We prevailed. Here we stand, looking out on the great mall where Dr. King spoke of his dream. Here we stand where 108 years ago, at another inaugural, thousands of protesters tried to block brave women marching for the right to vote. And today, we mark the swearing in of the first woman in American history elected to national office, Vice President Kamala Harris. Don't tell me things can't change. Here we stand across the Potomac from Arlington Cemetery, where heroes who gave the last full measure of devotion rest in eternal peace. And here we stand, just days after a riotous mob thought they could use violence to silence the will of the people, to stop the work of our democracy, to drive us from this sacred ground. It did not happen. It will never happen. Not today, not tomorrow, not ever, not ever. To all those who supported our campaign, I'm humbled by the faith you've placed in us. To all those who did not support us, let me say this. Hear me out as we move forward. Take a measure of me and my heart. If you still disagree, so be it. That's democracy. That's America. The right to dissent peaceably within the guardrails of our republic is perhaps this nation's greatest strength. Yet hear me clearly to disunion. And I pledge this to you. I will be a president for all Americans, all Americans. And I promise you, I will fight as hard for those who did not support me as for those who did. Many centuries ago, St. Augustine, a saint of my church, wrote that a people was a multitude defined by the common objects of their love. Defined by the common objects of their love. What are the common objects we as Americans love that define us as Americans? I think we know. Opportunity, security, liberty, dignity, respect, honor, and yes, the truth. Recent weeks and months have taught us a painful lesson. There is truth and there are lies. Lies told for power and for profit. And each of us has a duty and a responsibility as citizens, as Americans, and especially as leaders. Leaders who have pledged to honor our Constitution and protect our nation, to defend the truth and defeat the lies. Look, I understand that many of my fellow Americans view the future with fear and trepidation. I understand they worry about their jobs. I understand, like my dad, they lay at bed at night, staring at the ceiling, wondering, can I keep my health care? Can I pay my mortgage? Thinking about their families, about what comes next. I promise you, I get it. But the answer is not to turn inward, to retreat into competing factions, distrusting those who don't look like you, or worship the way you do, or don't get their news from the same sources you do. We must end this uncivil war that pits red against blue, rural versus urban, conservative versus liberal. We can do this if we open our souls instead of hardening our hearts, if we show a little tolerance and humility, and if we're willing to stand in the other person's shoes, as my mom would say, just for a moment, stand in their shoes. Because here's the thing about life. There's no accounting for what fate will deal you. Some days, when you need a hand. There are other days when we're called to lend a hand. That's how it has to be. This is what we do for one another. And if we are this way, our country will be stronger, more prosperous, more ready for the future. And we can still disagree. My fellow Americans, in the work ahead of us, we're going to need each other. We need all our strength to persevere through this dark winter. We're entering what may be the toughest and deadliest period of the virus. We must set aside politics and finally face this pandemic as one nation. One nation. And I promise you this, as the Bible says, weeping may endure for a night, but joy cometh in the morning. We will get through this together. Together. Look, folks, all my colleagues I serve with in the House and the Senate up here, we all understand the world is watching all of us today. So here's my message to those beyond our borders. America has been tested, and we've come out stronger for it. We will repair our alliances and engage with the world once again, not to meet yesterday's challenges, but today's and tomorrow's challenges. And we'll lead not merely by the example of our power, but by the power of our example. We'll be a strong and trusted partner for peace, progress, and security. Look, you all know we've been through so much in this nation. And my first act as president, I'd like to ask you to join me in a moment of silent prayer. Remember all of those who we lost in this past year to the pandemic. Those 400,000 fellow Americans, moms, dads, husbands, wives, sons, daughters, friends, neighbors, and coworkers. We'll honor them for becoming the people and the nation we know we can and should be. So I ask you, let's say a silent prayer for those who've lost their lives and those left behind, and for our country. Amen. Folks, this is a time of testing. We face an attack on our democracy and on truth, a raging virus, growing inequity, the sting of systemic racism, a climate in crisis, America's role in the world. Any one of these would be enough to challenge us in profound ways. But the fact is, we face them all at once, presenting this nation with one of the gravest responsibilities we've had. Now we're going to be tested. Are we going to step up, all of us? It's time for boldness, for there's so much to do. And this is certain. I promise you, we will be judged, you and I, by how we resolve these cascading crises of our era. We will rise to the occasion is the question. Will we master this rare and difficult hour? Will we meet our obligations and pass along a new and better world to our children? I believe we must. I'm sure you do as well. I believe we will. And when we do, we'll write the next great chapter in the history of the United States of America, the American story. A story that might sound something like a song that means a lot to me. It's called American Anthem. There's one verse that stands out, at least for me, and it goes like this. The work and prayers of century have brought us to this day. What shall be our legacy? What will our children say? Let me know in my heart when my days are through. America, America, I gave my best to you. Let's us add our own work and prayers to the unfolding story of our great nation. If we do this, then when our days are through, our children and our children's children will say of us, they gave their best, they did their duty, they healed a broken land. My fellow Americans, I close the day where I began with the sacred oath. Before God and all of you, I give you my word. I will always level with you. I will defend the Constitution. I'll defend our democracy. I'll defend America. And I'll give all of you, keep everything I do in your service, thinking not of power, but of possibilities, not of personal interest, but the public good. And together we shall write an American story of hope, not fear, of unity, not division, of light, not darkness, a story of decency and dignity, love and healing, greatness and goodness. May this be the story that guides us, the story that inspires us, and the story that tells ages yet to come that we answered the call of history. We met the moment. Democracy and hope, truth and justice did not die on our watch, but thrived. That America secured liberty at home and stood once again as a beacon to the world. That is what we owe our forebears, one another, and generation to follow. So, with purpose and resolve, we turn to those tasks of our time, sustained by faith, driven by conviction, and devoted to one another and the country we love with all our hearts. May God bless America, and may God protect our troops. Thank you, America.
Ladies and gentlemen, please be seated.
At this point at all. And I didn't even realize I wasn't even with us. With that, we celebrate the actual president of the United States, Joseph Robinette Biden Jr. is the 46th president of the United States. He is my president now. He is your president. And he's actually declared that he would be the president for all, which the last one never did. He wasn't interested in that at all.
From day one to the very last day he was in office, he never made it about the American people. He never made it about America. It was all about him, and him again. So I am very grateful, for one, to see a new president, a new leadership, and a Black woman in office. Finally, the moving trucks have been pulling in, the cleaning crews have
Can
been
you shout?
scrubbing.
Can you sing? I mean, I got all the excitement, and I know I'm all like I'm out of pocket, and I'm texting back with people that are and getting all the phone calls. And people know where I am, so I don't know why that's like why. But I wanna just talk a little bit about how we celebrate. And I think before we cut from Garth, I think it's important to note that Garth Brooks has sang at every presidential election since he's been in the business, regardless of sides. It's always been a nonpartisan approach that he's taken, and I think that's really good to see. I'm glad that he stuck to his guns and he showed up. However, Amazing Grace, I don't want to hear from Garth Brooks. I don't want to hear from anybody. Obviously, it's a song that has some really, really raw roots here in this country. But we celebrate in a few ways, and I feel like I put a couple of emotions in that I'm going to play these emotions, and everyone, whether you're religious or if you're just part of the culture, you get this feeling. Like, we wouldn't be us if that wasn't the truth, but
right.
I wouldn't be lying to you if that was not my exact emotion as I walked into the bathroom this morning and looked in the mirror. I literally looked in the mirror and I was like,
It is Inauguration Day, and that has been me from the moment I woke up this morning. I just
Now I gotta be honest. When I heard, "Do you, Kamala Devi Harris?" He's once at Kamala. This is me. Forgive us, but we get a chance to clown. You know what I'm saying? We totally get a chance to clown, and I think that we can have this moment.
Listen, we have earned it, okay? Garth is running out of there. We're going to return to the live stream for a moment, but we are not done with our celebration. So make sure you stay tuned.
That's right. If you're just tuning
church, a song that in our culture is as close to both poetry and prayer as you could possibly come. And we're going to finish with those two things. Let me introduce Amanda Gorman, our nation's first ever National Poet Laureate.
Mr. President, Dr. Biden, Madam Vice President, Mr. Emhoff, Americans, and the world. When day comes, we ask ourselves, where can we find light in this never-ending shade? The loss we carry, a sea we must wade. We've braved the belly of the beast. We've learned that quiet isn't always peace, and the norms and notions of what just isn't always just is. And yet the dawn is ours before we knew it. Somehow we do it. Somehow we've weathered and witnessed a nation that isn't broken, but simply unfinished. We, the successors of a country and a time where a skinny Black girl descended from slaves and raised by a single mother can dream of becoming president, only to find herself reciting for one. And yes, we are far from polished, far from pristine, but that doesn't mean we are striving to form a union that is perfect. We are striving to forge our union with purpose, to compose a country committed to all cultures, colors, characters, and conditions of man. And so we lift our gazes not to what stands between us, but what stands before us. We close the divide because we know to put our future first. We must first put our differences aside. We lay down our arms so we can reach out our arms to one another. We seek harm to none and harmony for all. Let the globe, if nothing else, say this is true. That even as we grieved, we grew, that even as we hurt, we hoped, that even as we tired, we tried, that we'll forever be tied together, victorious, not because we will never again know defeat, but because we will never again sow division. Scripture tells us to envision that everyone shall sit under their own vine and fig tree, and no one shall make them afraid. If we're to live up to our own time, then victory won't lie in the blade, but in all the bridges we've made. That is the promised glade, the hill we climb, if only we dare it, because being American is more than a pride we inherit. It's the past we step into and how we repair it. We've seen a force that would shatter our nation rather than share it, would destroy our country if it meant delaying democracy. And this effort very nearly succeeded. But while democracy can be periodically delayed, it can never be permanently defeated. In this truth, in this faith we trust, for while we have our eyes on the future, history has its eyes on us. This is the era of just redemption. We feared it at its inception. We did not feel prepared to be the heirs of such a terrifying hour, but within it we found the power to author a new chapter, to offer hope and laughter to ourselves. So while once we asked, how could we possibly prevail over catastrophe? Now we assert, how could catastrophe possibly prevail over us? We will not march back to what was, but move to what shall be, a country that is bruised but whole, benevolent but bold, fierce and free. We will not be turned around or interrupted by intimidation, because we know our inaction and inertia will be the inheritance of the next generation. Our blunders become their burdens. But one thing is certain: if we merge mercy with might and might with right, then love becomes our legacy and change our children's birthright. So let us leave behind a country better than the one we were left. With every breath from my bronze-pounded chest, we will raise this wounded world into a wondrous one. We will rise from the gold-limbed hills of the west. We will rise from the wind-swept northeast, where our forefathers first realized revolution. We will rise from the lake-rimmed cities of the Midwestern states. We will rise from the sun-baked south. We will rebuild, reconcile, and recover in every known nook of our nation, in every corner called our country. Our people, diverse and beautiful, will emerge battered and beautiful. When day comes, we step out of the shade, aflame and unafraid. The new dawn blooms as we free it. For there is always light, if only we're brave enough to see it, if only we're brave enough to be it.
That was Amanda Gorman. She is 22 years old, selected out of 5 finalists as the first National Youth Poet Laureate, and that was her performing or reading, reciting, I cannot think of the right word apparently, reciting the poem, The Hill We Climb. Thank you, Amanda Gorman.
Dr. Sylvester Beeman, the pastor of the Bethel African Methodist Episcopal Church in Wilmington, Delaware, a friend of President Biden for 30 years.
As a nation and people of faith gathered in this historical moment, let us unite in prayer. God, we gather under the beauty of your holiness and the holiness of your beauty. We seek your face, your smile, your warm embrace. We petition you once more in this celebration. We pray for divine favor upon our president, Joseph R. Biden, and our First Lady, Dr. Jill Biden, and their family. We further ask that you would extend the same favor upon our Vice President, Kamala D. Harris, and our second gentleman, Doug Emhoff, and their family. More than ever, they and our nation need you. We need you, for in you we discover our common humanity. In our common humanity, we will seek out the wounded and bind their wounds. We will seek healing for those who are sick and diseased. We will mourn our dead. We will befriend the lonely, the least, and the left out. We will share our abundance with those who are hungry. We will do justly to the oppressed, acknowledge sin, and seek forgiveness, thus grasping reconciliation. In discovering our humanity, we will seek the good in and for all our neighbors. We will love the unlovable, remove the stigma of the so-called untouchables. We will care for our most vulnerable, our children, the elderly, emotionally challenged, and the poor. We will seek rehabilitation beyond correction. We will extend opportunity to those locked out of opportunity. We will make friends of our enemies. We will make friends of our enemies. People, your people, shall no longer raise up weapons against one another. We will rather use our resources for the national good and become a beacon of life and goodwill to the world. And neither shall we learn hatred anymore. We will lie down in peace and not make our neighbors afraid. In you, O God, we discover our humanity. In our humanity, we discover our commonness. Beyond the difference of color, creed, origin, political party, ideology, geography, and personal preferences. We'll become greater stewards of your environment, preserving the land, reaping from it a sustainable harvest, and securing its wonder and miracle-giving power for generations to come. This is our benediction, that from these hallowed grounds, where slaves labored to build this shrine and citadel to liberty and democracy, let us all acknowledge, from the indigenous Native American to those who recently received their citizenship, from the African American to those whose foreparents came from Europe and every corner of the globe, from the wealthy to those struggling to make it, from every human being, regardless of their choices, that this is our country. As such, teach us, O God. As such, teach us, O God, to live in it, love in it, be healed in it, and reconcile to one another in it, lest we miss kingdom's goal. To your glory, majesty, dominion, and power forever. Hallelujah. Glory, hallelujah. In the strong name of our collective faith. Amen.
Please remain standing as the Armed Forces Color Guard retires our national colors.
Yep.
Reverend Dr. Sylvester Beeman gave that prayer, Tiff, and listen to me. There are a couple of things. He sealed some things. He came against some things, divisiveness, hatred. He lifted others, and I'm telling you what, the reaction are real.
Woo! Just a touch of his hand, honey. Just a touch.
You know, and our good friend Anna Navarro too. Not to right now, the color guard is retiring the national colors, but Anna Navarro gave us the great ammunition to seal the benediction as well.
Done is done. The Lord says it is done. The Lord says it is done. The Lord says it is done. The Lord says.
Because we all feel it today. We all feel it today. If you're just tuning in, you're watching live coverage of the 59th inauguration of the President of the United States. A majestic day in the United States, a day of ceremony, a day of grace, a day of celebration. This is literally meant to be a celebration. That's what this day is all about. It's all about celebration. And
Absolutely.
for too long, too many in this country have not been able to celebrate. And people, there will be arguments. And I think probably until the end of time for us, people will argue about this era. But those that live through it, like I now know that whenever grandchildren come, I will be able to talk about eras that I lived through. But I also have lived through, like, I'm recently 34. I have definitely lived through about 33 once in a lifetime situations. Michelle Obama, Kamala Harris.
What a moment. I mean, really.
I know there's no repass to go to, and I don't really want to know who got the body, but I really want to know who made the potato salad.
I cannot stand you.
Because they got to eat good.
They are, because there is much work to do, and they have a few more stops that they have to make. They do a traditional review of the military. Every branch of the military is represented in this traditional ceremony that occurs. They'll have a version of a parade. And I think it's really funny that none other than President Fitzgerald, also known as Tony Goldwyn, will be hosting the virtual procession that will be occurring. I personally think that that's great.
Ain't God good? And I think, honestly, and if you're just tuning in right now, invite your friends into this. We're going to have a family conversation and a family celebration about just what happened as we kind of recap not just this inauguration, but this monumental day, the end of a traumatic era. The number of presidents that showed up today, Vice President Dan Quayle was there, and even when we were before we got on today, I was like, and I really thought Dan Quayle, but he's only 73. He was the vice president for President George H.W. Bush, and even Mike Pence looks relieved. He looks relieved.
He does.
Look at him. He looks like, Jesus, I can breathe.
He looks like even he is singing, the Lord says it is done. And again, it's normally traditional. We sat and watched earlier 45 go to Joint Base Andrews and give his final farewell speech, if that's what you want to call it, where he once again made it all about him. Normally President-elect and Vice President-elect normally President-elect and the outgoing president meet at the base. And that's a sign and a symbol of, a peaceful transfer of power, basically. That didn't occur today. We saw Trump give a final farewell where he talked about himself and all of his accomplishments. He did not mention the Bidens by name. He did not mention Harris by name. And
He
then
also making a cognizant decision not to air any of his comments.
Because for what?
Because they were deplorable, as
They
was
were.
that presidency. And honestly, he's leaving as a disgraced president. He was not removed. He did not resign, but he is disgraced. He's not given a formal farewell to the American people at all. His final video, even touting, like, for me, I was a little offended for him to talk through and really give condolences to the families that have been affected by COVID-19 and this pandemic. He's played a staunch part in really ensuring that people didn't live.
Yeah, it's really, really bad. And there's no justification for his lack of couth. There's really no other way to say that. He had a complete lack of couth in his final farewell speeches. He delivered one late last night, and then he gave another one today. Neither of which did he, to this moment, I don't know of a time where he has actually congratulated our new president and vice president. And allegedly, there was a note that was left for the incoming administration. Of course, we don't know what that note says. Once again, the Obamas are on screen. We've just got to call out this hair and this outfit. I just had to go ahead and put that out there because, yes. But to really look at the differences between the reactions from when Obama got in office to when Trump got in office to now that Biden is in office, the differences are just vast.
To be honest, though, can I say this? And I just want to make an observation. The level of negativity seems to be out of the air, right? I don't see anybody on the floor arguing about wearing a mask. I don't see anybody refusing to protect themselves in this environment. And obviously, people are caught up in the hype of the day. We can't, just like we moved into a new year, we can't expect too much different. We can't expect too much change, but I do expect things to improve. And we can set expectations on this president, just like we did. I mean, and I don't even want to roll the tape of me and my optimism that I had in 2016 as I was echoing sentiments that I had followed for years, that the office of the presidency changes people or it makes them worse. It literally turned this man into Darth Vader or, Master Shredder, or all of the villains that I think that we ever followed in cartoons. It's like we literally lived through that. This was real life. All of this was really happening, and I see joy.
I couldn't agree more. I think that we have to be optimistic. Again, the first administration, especially the first year of this administration, is going to be, as our new president, Joe Biden, just said, a lot of work to undo a lot of the damage that Trump did while his administration was in office. We have to repair our international relationships. We have to get back into the Paris Accord and work on climate change in this country and across the globe. We have a lot of work to do, a lot of repair of damage that has been done. Our race relations are completely fractured, and I'm so glad that I heard a lot of that mentioned. Literally from beginning to end, to the benediction where Reverend Beeman was, as you said, calling out things, praying against things, petitioning.
He gave one of them prayers I used to know how to give. I don't know if I know how to pray like that anymore, but
he prayed. Okay.
Oh, I was moved. He called on heaven and earth. And he put things into motion. And honestly, that's really what we need. I know that a lot of people have questions. People are asking me now, like, well, what does this mean? How much changes now? It means that, I know that, and I hate to do this, but I know that we were struggling with people that did not understand how it worked after Joe Biden was elected president. People were asking, does that mean he moves in tomorrow? No, that's never been like that. He is moving, right. And what's happening, the reason that these activities usually take so long, because usually what would happen is there's a parade, in Washington, D.C. while this is happening. The resident staff at the White House is preparing it and really making sure that everything is perfect, down to where the toothbrush is placed for the president and the first lady when they get there, so that it feels like home. And there's tons of speculation on how that happens. We do have data that the White House spent almost $500,000 to, I hate to use the word fumigate, after the previous
there's no other word to use,
administration, but definitely, like I think that it's something to watch. I just got an alert, and I just really, I must say that I really love Twitter. I just got a notification that there's a new White House. Follow at White House on Twitter. I think that was like a global alert. Jack, shout out to you, because I think y'all are wonderful over there and what you're doing. I think
appreciate your service.
I appreciate your service and what you've done. Most definitely what you've undone, or most definitely what you've undone. And I think if you are just tuning in, you can share this feed. We'll be talking about what's happening, what the next steps are, what we can look forward to, and what you should stay committed to. Right, this change, just like what happened in Georgia, with Georgia flipping blue this year, things can flip back. And what you saw was a glimpse of what happens when you take your foot off of the neck of your state representatives and your local government.
Right. Absolutely.
These things can happen again. We're all full of emotions. And I think it's a very emotional day. It's a very emotional day. And I told you also, like, I know we got to get to what we got to get to, but before we even came on it, I told you, I was optimistic. I was on the air when this happened initially, and I didn't know that we were going to make it
through 4 years.
Yeah, I didn't know. I didn't know how we made it, how we were going to make it, I just didn't get it. It wasn't adding up. And I think what's important to keep in context is that to 75 million people, about, give or take, what's happening right now doesn't make any sense, because they feel that they've been lied to. They feel that they have been robbed. And so while we rejoice and while we are excited and we can talk about things to come and the things that we can see going forward, and what's to happen, and we will walk you through what this day, the activities of this day, how significant it is, and what some of these changes are. But I think the moment that we all need to breathe a sigh of relief, like I saw Mike Pence do, I think we should all be able to take that moment. We should be able to take that moment, and then, we can talk about it. I think we should be able to talk about, because if we don't talk about what just happened, if we don't talk about the fact that we almost did not make it, and listen, we can speculate whether or not they were after us specifically, but the United States almost did not make it. Those people, terrorists, true terrorists, took the time to invade the United States Capitol. You can watch whatever you want to watch. You can watch something that diminishes the truth of what happens, or what happened. What happened. What happened was detrimental to a democracy and a country that touts itself as being the most progressive, the most advanced, and the most capable. And so we got to talk about those things, and we will continue to do that.
I think it's very important that we talk about those things, but I think it's also important that we continue, as you said, we have to hold our leadership accountable, no matter what side you are on, no matter what, Democrat, Republican, blue, red, purple, whatever, no matter race, ethnicity, background, walk of life, or anything else. It is important, it's crucial, it is essential that we continue to really, again, heal from the trauma, the damage, and everything else that has been done. I mean, when you really think about it, we have lost over 400,000 lives to COVID-19, to a pandemic.
like
human
real.
lives, American lives to a pandemic. In Georgia alone, we have hit our 5th record in a month of lives lost to this COVID-19 pandemic that we are dealing with. So if we don't deal with that, like you said, this can happen again. It can flip again. While they are not the majority, I believe they are. I have the belief that they are not the majority in this country. There was an uprising from domestic terrorists, treasonous thugs, rioters, whatever you want to call them, that attempted a coup on the Capitol just weeks ago on January 6th.
Days. You can still say days, like days ago.
And I think that if we don't deal with that, if we don't really take a serious look at the race relations and at the human relations, really on an overall level, if we don't really take a look at those and tell some hard truths and have some hard conversations, we can end up right back where we've been over the last 4 years. And I don't know that America can survive another 4 years of what we have been experiencing for the last 4 years. Again, the reactions are different globally from the time Obama was elected, the first and second time, to the time Trump was elected, and now to the time that Biden has been elected. It is crucial that we, President Joe Biden said unity is the way forward. I agree with that. But we also talked earlier this week about being not just an ally, but being an accomplice. And so I think that goes into unity. It goes into the prayer that Reverend Dr. Beeman prayed. It goes into the statements that President Joe Biden made. It goes into the plethora of statements that our new first Black woman vice president has said. So we have to take all of this into account in order to chart the path forward. That is the most important part. Again, they are now heading to do a review. They also have to lay a wreath at Arlington National Cemetery at the Tomb of the Unknown Soldiers. That is to memorialize basically all of the soldiers who are deceased and have been unidentified. These are just traditional ceremonies that happen at every inauguration. Alex, you heard me talking about the rabbit hole that I went down earlier, because I did not realize that there was a guard at the Tomb of the Unknown Soldiers that watches. So just thinking of the countless hours and effort of the White House staff and the guards that are guarding the Tomb of the Unknown Soldiers, there are many Americans across this country of all walks of life, all backgrounds, that really do a lot of service and good work in this country.
Because they love this country.
Because they love this country. And so I think that one of the saddest things over the last 4 years is that those people felt neglected. Those service members, those men and women who really are patriotic and really do love this country and love what the values that it's supposed to represent, all of that was cast aside with this misogynistic, I have a lot of other words to describe him, but I'm
hateful.
Hateful is a good one. Childish, petty president that we just got rid of. I really do feel like one of the best pest control services just came and fumigated the White House. And I, for one, am very grateful. I have a dance in my spirit and a song in my heart. And I look forward to not only seeing what the future holds, but doing my part to hold my local leadership accountable so that they can hold our federal leadership accountable. But we've all got a part to play in this. Find your part, play it.
And what we can't forget, like as we talk about 400,000 people, like I struggle saying 400,000 because 400 is too many. What we can't forget is that we are in the midst of a global pandemic. And even as I sit here and there are vaccines that are becoming available and shortages already. There's an alert right now that Mayor de Blasio in New York said that 20,000 vaccine appointments have been rescheduled due to the city's short supply. So hopefully, we're looking forward because we have someone that's capable and able to guide. We know that he can't handle everything. He's not a king. He doesn't have the ultimate power in the states, but he can enable the leadership in those states to do just that. He can enable, and he's willing to be on both sides. He's not coming in with, and I think it's the mentality that even if you don't like Joe Biden, he likes you.
Absolutely, because as he said, he is the president for all Americans.
And that's the total opposite of Donald Trump. I watched him not just with people that worked for him at one point, flipping on, like the way that he would flip on people, the way that he asked the press how he did if they had an objective answer. Well, you don't like me, I don't like you either. And the next thing you know, he has a target and a vendetta. And he's been able to use his Twitter account as a bully pulpit. But people are literally still getting sick. People are still dying from this pandemic that's ravaging not just the nation, but the world. And so people love this country. I want to say that. And I think that people want to see this country be what it claims to be.
Right. Absolutely.
And for so long, it hasn't been that for so many.
Right.
And so Biden is slated to do a number of things today and tomorrow and the next day. And, very similar to, a lot of people are going to say, well, he's going to come in and dismantle what a president that for 75 million people really loved. Guys, that's not like, if we want to play apples and apples, let's go back to 2008 when Mitch McConnell, who will, as of 4 p.m. today, no longer be the majority leader, Senate majority leader, declared that Barack Hussein Obama would be a one-term president. And he would do all that he could to stand in front of his policies. I think I'm not here to call apples to apples. I am embarking on, because I can't even say that I've been sitting in the crest of reconciliation, Tiff. I think for the longest time, I have been somebody that was interested in reconciliation. And I think for the last 4 years, I've just been pissed off. I
completely get that and understand. And I think it's interesting and important to call to the forefront that while Obama was blocked a lot, because we did not have a Democratic majority, I think that it is crucial that we have 17 GOP freshmen that have pledged to basically support Biden and really work with him. Now, I hope that that's not just fluff and show, but I hope that they are genuine in their pledge. I hope that they really can get some really good quality work done. I hope that what President Biden said about the path to racial justice, a dream of justice being deferred no longer. I hope that all of that is true. But at the end of the day, if we have learned nothing else, we have learned, hopefully, that contrary to some's belief, we are not in a post-racial America. Now, I know you and I have never believed that. But if you still believe that after the events at the Capitol, I'm not sure what else it will take. We have a lot of work to do.
Absolutely.
And that is the point of the matter. So I think that if we can, have those 17 GOP freshmen commit and stick to their commitment of pledge of support for this administration, then we might be able to get some work done. We have Democratic majority with 50-50 and now Vice President Kamala Harris being the tiebreaker between the two. So I think that hopefully we can get some good work done over the next 4 years, and then we'll have to see what the 4 years after that will bring. But I am just, I'm just so grateful. I'm just so grateful.
I can't get enough of that because that was me all day.
I'm just so grateful to have a new administration.
I really am. I really am.
I just could shed a tear. But what I asked my guest on my show yesterday, what is something that you are looking forward to in the next, every president comes out with their first 100 days of their plans and everything else. I know that hours after all of the ceremonies are done today, President Joe Biden now plans to go and sign all the things, essentially, trying to begin undoing some of the damage of the last 4 years. What is one thing you are hoping to see in the first 100 days?
So before moving into what I want, I think that, so there's a number of things that have happened. And I think because our politics have been so polarized over the last few presidencies, we've seen a lot of issues. So while beginning today at 4 p.m., after the new senators are sworn in and the Democrats will have a majority with Kamala Harris or Vice President Kamala Harris being the tiebreaker, a number of things will be passed by sweeping executive orders. And that's to no surprise because Donald Trump did the same thing. And so I think as long as we have this polarization inside of Congress and inside of the government, we will have all of this back and forth happening. And it'll be constant back and forth as the regime changes. Now, the Republican Party is fractured. So it's been back and forth, but now Trump people and Republicans, they're not necessarily the same. What I'm looking forward to seeing, because I'm going to be honest with you, I hate the 100-day goals and statements and initiatives from presidents, because Obama's first 100 days, I felt like they were BS. His second 100 days, I felt like they were BS. Trump's 365 times 4 were BS. And so as we move into Joe Biden territory and the first 100 days, what I do like is that, and we talked about this in our MLK coverage, I talked about it on Unmuted Nation yesterday, and if you don't follow Unmuted Nation, make sure you subscribe to the podcast and download the Boss FM app right now so you can listen weekly. One of the first things that Joe Biden is doing is a plan for immigrants and to have a path to citizenship in the first 8 years. I think that is monumental. I think that's magnificent. And I think that for people that participate in this country, are a part of this country, they play a significant they have a significant place in this country. I think that a path to citizenship is very important. And I think that they should not be here working in this country and working for this country and feel like they're not welcome. And I think that's what I would say I'm probably most excited about. Second, personally, if there's a personal wish for me, these student loans, if you're going to do something, do something. Let's stop talking about it. We've talked about it over and over and over and over again. I don't even have that much, so anything you wipe out about it's going to help me. But there are tons of people that are suffering when they think about
included.
I mean, so I think that's what I'm looking towards. I do think, there's a lot of people, like when we think about what happened, and I think we will be playing triage for the next 3 years. The main things that Donald Trump stood on, draining the swamp, did not happen. Building the wall did not happen. Filling the swamp happened. Bailing out Wall Street, big banks, and big businesses, and he thought that tax cuts were going to keep them on his side. Well, and I have a problem calling either party the party of humanity, because I don't believe that. I'm somebody that puts humans before money. We all want money, but imagine that somebody that wants to govern people puts money before people. It doesn't make any sense to me. But it never made any sense to me, right? Donald Trump was very clear, and this is my last Donald Trump statement. Okay, Donald Trump was very clear on the type of people that were deplorable to him before he was in office, and all of a sudden those people rallied behind him. And we talked about this. I always thought I was watching like the beginnings of a wrestling match when I would watch his rallies or his conversations, because it seems like these people want to throw peanuts, and it's just bizarre. But he doesn't even like those people,
right?
So it's really interesting when you call the character, and I think that's what we should, when it comes to presidents, We want people that have character, right? I have said, and I will continue to say, after me living through Donald Trump, because now I can say I lived through that. No,
Sadly.
everybody can't be president. We need to cut that out. And I know that's how we feel. We can keep that on the books if that's what we want to say in America. Oh, everybody can be president. This is the nation of hopes and dreams. But no, everybody cannot be the president of after what we just went through and what was enabled. Everybody cannot be the president. That just cannot happen. We cannot go through that again.
Right.
And honestly, I feel like it's on parents, right? I'm an uncle. For what it looks like, may just be an uncle. Okay. I have some responsibility, but parent, you have the responsibility to make sure that your child is something, right? So that we can look at your child and say, you know what, you could possibly be the president one day. Because every day you're sending your child to virtual school right now, and there's teachers like, no, this child can never be the president. On that note, I just wanted to say, if you've been expecting Tiff Talks, it was a great show. It continues, and Unmuted Nation begins right now. If you're listening on Boss FM Talk, your regular programming is hijacked for the day as we kind of review the presidential inauguration and what's happening in the United States today, which is it's a happy day, because literally 14 days ago it was not.
Literally was not. But I am, for one, grateful. And I know I keep saying that, but it just bears repeating. I think, I agree that the whole first 100 days and all of that is just, it puts an added pressure that I'm not sure is necessarily
like, how do you know? We don't know what's going to happen. 100 days. We didn't see 14. Well, I saw 14 days ago coming, but people didn't see that coming.
Right.
I think we're praying to God there's not another pathogen out there that's going to throw us into the tailspin of a compounded pandemic. Like that's what we're praying for.
Yeah.
So let's just get through the 100 days, right? And if you do nice things, I'm here for it.
I think that for me, one of the things I would like to see is an actual lockdown in this country. We need an actual constructive, quality response given to this pandemic that we are living through, dealing with.
That's a fair ask, but it's impossible unless the governors get behind Joe Biden. And I think that's because he doesn't have the power to lock down this country.
I know.
I hate it.
We need it.
But we're too big. So what recommendations? I mean, I think this type of outcry, because I agree that we need it. I believe that, a short time period, but you can't lock down the country without giving people relief. You cannot give people relief for rent or their mortgage for 1 month. So you need to the government, like where you step in right now, if you really want to know how you help the people, you pay these people so that they can pay their back rent. And then you pay them so that you can shut it down so everybody can get where they need to get to. People can sit their asses down, and we can accommodate we can figure out what's going on in the country. We can navigate what's going on in the country, and then we can open this country back up. And I think that happens when the people get upset and say, listen, Gov, shut this mother sucker down.
But that again goes back to the point of what we can do at local levels. You have to hold your own leadership accountable. We have been doing our level best here in Georgia, some of us, mind you, to get Brian Kemp. At least last year, we were trying to get Brian Kemp, who stole the election here in Georgia, to do something about the pandemic. Now, again, we are hitting records because now Atlanta is sick of it and won't sit their asses down. And so I think, and no excuse, we're still in a pandemic. I need everybody to just calm down and stop going to clubs. But I think that there has to be some type of resolution. I agree with you. You cannot get an effective lockdown without continued relief for those who need it, continued moratoriums on evictions and utility cutoffs. We need all of those protections in order to really deal with this pandemic that we are dealing with. Not
Absolutely.
to the mutations and everything else that are just now starting to be talked about. You and I have been talking about them for a while now, but those are starting to pop up in different areas and different places. And so we have a long way before we really get to everyone saying, you know, well, when will we get back to normal? Can we just, no, there is no normal. You're going to have to find a new normal, period. I don't ever want someone more than 6 feet close to me in a grocery store ever again. I didn't like it before the pandemic. I definitely don't want it now or ever again.
Unfortunately, normal is over. And I think we can accept that. We can move there is a new normal and we'll have to get through it. I mean, to be honest, your normal is different than my normal, right?
Right.
People are living and singing and breathing and hugging and touching and dancing and all that. None of that is happening where I am. We're locked in homes, and that's okay. I think that I think some certain things are going to happen, and I've seen some from when you talk about the local level, because we have to talk about this as well. I've seen some things, right? I don't think Andrew Yang is I don't want to give my comments on the next mayor of New York. I think people that are running for local offices have some great ideas. And even to open up cities and bring back commerce, part of that is having control. So until you have control of the situation, which it was total pandemonium for the last 4 years. There was no control. There was no self-control. There was no honesty. There was no transparency. There was just lies and misinformation, and then more lies. And so with that much, like those type of lies being so rampant, people are often confused when things started to happen to them, right? So when people, especially in states that did not close or states that were wide open, when things started to happen to them, they were so confused because they believed the lie that nothing was happening at all. So now we're in a place where people will stop lying. Like, it starts at the top. So people at the top will stop lying. Hopefully it trickles down into local leadership, and then we will see what happens in other areas. And I know that we've got a lot to cover. We want to keep talking about what's happening, what's going to happen for the rest of the day, what's happening in the presidential inauguration will affect what happens in Congress, how that affects you. We're going to unpack all of that for you today. And we've been here, we'll be here. We are, of course, streaming live in the Black News Alerts app. So if you don't have that app, you don't get Black News Alerts, you stumble across this feed and you're like, what is this? Download the Black News Alerts app, stay connected to your Black community. The great thing about the Black News Alerts app is that when you see things happening that the community should know about, you can let our newsroom know. Also, our sister property, Boss FM, we're streaming live there as well. And my show will currently be happening right now on Boss FM. So we are live on the Boss FM Talk channel inside of that app. We're going to take a quick break. We're back with you in moments with full inauguration coverage of the 59th inauguration of the President of the United States. You are watching a special coverage from Black News Alerts and Boss FM. I think we're going to break.
Hey, Joe.
Oh, wow.
What's going on, man?
How you doing? How you doing?
Hey, is that Monica?
Yes, sir. It's such an honor to talk to you.
Andres.
How are you, Señor Presidente Obama? How are you?
I'm good, man. Are you still waiting or did you vote yet?
No, I'm still waiting.
You guys made a plan, and today was the day you decided to vote.
I did. Today was the day. I came here with my family, and we all made a plan to vote today.
I'm glad to see you're out there. How's the weather up there?
Freezing.
we very excited, to having the change. It's a beautiful country. We coming over here look for better life, and I got it.
The fact that you're making your voice heard in this election, which is going to be the most important in my lifetime.
In my lifetime, too.
Well, you haven't lived this long.
Sir. Thank you.
You're representing a generation whose voice we need to hear.
Everybody's out here with me. We all have to vote. All have to vote. Everybody got to vote.
Protecting healthcare, making sure we deal with this pandemic in a serious way, all that is going to make such a difference.
And I need it so much. I have a pre-existing condition, and it's your plan that has saved me.
If I'm not mistaken, your pre-existing condition is MS, right?
Yes.
I do my research, and I don't know. Well, I don't know if you know that Michelle's dad had MS.
I've read.
And so you obviously have a lot of personal stake in this, but one way or another, we all do. And I'm so grateful that you're making your voice heard.
And don't forget, Mr. Obama, when you come into to Phoenix, Arizona, come and pick out your boots.
I'm gonna stop
I
by
want to
the
make your name and top. Yes.
Fantastic.
I'm pretty sure I can do that.
Good luck on your studies. And again, thank you for doing what you're doing.
All right, thank you.
All right, God bless.
All right.
Bye-bye.
I did not expect Obama. That's kind of crazy.
Be safe.
Thank you so much, President.
You take care.
You too.
Bye-bye.
That was awesome. What a wonderful, what an honor. And I'm so grateful, and that's why I'm voting for Biden, because I trust that my voice will be heard and he will protect our needs. It's more urgent than ever, because everything is at stake.
And I think that, again, we have to find a way to deal with the trauma and our healing that has to take place. But we also cannot just rush to reconciliation without acknowledgement of the trauma, without acknowledgement of the wrongs, without acknowledgement of the policies that need to be changed, without acknowledgement of the fact that this asshat clown is trying to do 100 commutations. Huh?
I said we tried.
I didn't try. I never promised that. He's trying to do 100 commutations and pardons before he even leaves office. So that's not a good thing, y'all. Like, at some point, we have to come up from our rock of protection and say, okay, enough is enough. What can I do? What do I need to do? I said I wasn't going to talk about the movie, so I won't do that. But again, finding your area and operating in that. Finding an area and operating in that, getting involved. We've talked extensively before about sitting in your representative space. It's even easier now because pandemic. So email them, call their office, especially if you just had someone new, if you just had a new representative elected in your district or in your state, send them an email and introduce yourself. Hi, hello. My name is Tiffanie. I'm one of your constituents. Here are my concerns for this legislative year. Can I get on your calendar to discuss my concerns? If you want verbiage, there are plenty of resources out there on what you can send to your congressman, congresswoman, what you can send to your representative, what you can say.
No. This statement insinuates that what happened today was just a big bloop. We can just look over it and everybody can come together and we can agree that we're going to certify these results. But no, there should be consequences. Not just for those that were at the Capitol today, but for the misinformation handlers that have peddled this information, stood by this information, and you, elected official, that stood by to watch this happen to America. How could you possibly
legislate for all of us? How could you possibly be a representative of this nation and all? How could you possibly fulfill that oath?
And, you know, a lot of people are asking, well, what can we do? What can be done? What happens now? Where is the justice? One of the things that can be done is if your legislator, if your representative, if your senator was one of the people that stood by and did absolutely nothing, go sit in their office, write them an email, be on their phone every day. You can hold them accountable, hold their feet and their asses to the fire.
You don't want to have an America in which a very small sliver of people are doing really well, and everybody else is fighting for scraps, as I said last week. Because that's oftentimes when racial divisions get magnified, because people think, well, the only way I'm going to get ahead is if I make sure somebody else gets less, somebody who doesn't look like me or doesn't worship at the same place I do. That's not a good recipe for our democracy. I worry about, as I said in response to a previous question, making sure that the basic machinery of our democracy works better. We are the only country in the advanced world that makes it harder to vote rather than easier. And that dates back, there's an ugly history to that we should not be shy about talking about. Voting rights? Yes, I'm talking about voting rights. The reason that we are the only country among advanced democracies that makes it harder to vote is it traces directly back to Jim Crow and the legacy of slavery. And it became sort of acceptable to restrict the franchise. And that's not who we are. That shouldn't be who we are. That's not when America works best. So I hope that people pay a lot of attention to making sure that everybody has a chance to vote. Make it easier, not harder. This whole notion of election or voting fraud, this is something that has constantly been disproved. This is fake news. The notion that there are a whole bunch of people out there who are going out there and are not eligible to vote and want to vote. We have the opposite problem. We have a whole bunch of people who are eligible to vote who don't vote. And so the idea that we put in place a whole bunch of barriers to people voting doesn't make sense. And then as I've said before, political gerrymandering that makes your vote matter less because politicians have decided you live in a district where everybody votes the same way you do, so that these aren't competitive races, and we get 90% Democratic districts, 90% Republican districts. That's bad for our democracy too. I worry about that. I think it is very important for us to make sure that our criminal justice system is fair and just, but I also think it's also very important to make sure that it is not politicized that it maintains an integrity that is outside of partisan politics at every level. I think at some point we're going to have to spend, and this will require some action by the Supreme Court, we have to re-examine just the flood of endless money that goes into our politics, which I think is very unhealthy. So there are a whole bunch of things I worry about there. And as I said in my speech on Tuesday, we got more work to do on race. It is not, it is simply not true that things have gotten worse. They haven't. Things are getting better. And I have more confidence on racial issues in the next generation than I do in our generation or the previous generation. I think kids are smarter about it. They're more tolerant. They are more inclusive by instinct than we are. And hopefully my presidency maybe help that along a little bit. But, you know, we, when we feel stress, when we feel pressure, when we're just fed information that encourages some of our worst instincts, we tend to fall back into some of the old racial fears and racial divisions and racial stereotypes, and it's very hard for us to break out of those and to listen and to think about people as people and to imagine being in that person's shoes. And by the way, it's no longer a black and white issue alone. You got Hispanic folks and you got Asian folks, and this is not just you know, the same old battles. We got this stew that's bubbling up of people from everywhere, and we're going to have to make sure that we, in our own lives, in our own families and workplaces, do a better job of treating everybody with basic respect and understanding that not everybody starts off in the same situation, and imagining what would it be like if you were born in an inner city and had no job prospects anywhere within a 20-mile radius. Or how does it feel being born in some rural county where there's no job opportunities in 20-mile radius, and seeing those two things as connected as opposed to separate. So, you know, we got work to do. I've been asked. I've had some off-the-record conversations with some journalists where they said, "Okay, you seem like you're okay, but really, what are you thinking?" And I've said, "No, what I'm saying really is what I think. I believe in this country. I believe in the American people. I believe that people are more good than bad. I believe tragic things happen. I think there's evil in the world. But I think that at the end of the day, if we work hard and if we're true to those things in us that feel true and feel right, that the world gets a little better each time. That's what this presidency has tried to be about. And I see that in the young people I've worked with. I couldn't be prouder of them. And so this is not just a matter of no drama Obama. This is what I really believe. It is true that behind closed doors I curse more than I do publicly. And sometimes I get mad and frustrated like everybody else does. But at my core, I think we're going to be okay. We just have to fight for it. We have to work for it and not take it for granted. And I know that you will help us do that. Thank you very much, Press Corps. Good luck.
You can use your phone. Over here. I'm sorry. This side's your option. Yes, everyone from here to dance. Okay, you got it. We have
Thank you, sir.
We need to never stay. Put it closer over here. Okay.
They're not in the shower, in the shop, and you'll never be in the shower again.
Exactly right.
That's we can't see it. Yeah, but you didn't need that eye, did you?
They already have it. That's good. Yeah. Yeah, well, I walked in, so wow. We don't need to pause. We're going to go 3 and 1, 2. Thank you.
I think that's quite right. Well, President Biden and the First Lady and the Vice President and the second gentleman Normally at this time, we have a lunch, and probably no person alive has attended more of those lunches than President Biden has. It's an important moment where it's bipartisan. It's the time to bond between the executive and the legislative branch of the government. We probably don't need as much bonding because we already have that natural bonding with you and the traditions here. By those traditions, usually there's a painting at the front of that event that the chairman picks. This time, not knowing we were going to have an event until what we were going to do about an event until late, I asked Dr. Biden to help pick the painting, and this is the one that she recommended. The painting is landscape with rainbow. Rainbow, always a good sign. It's loaned to us for today from the Smithsonian American Art Museum. The artist, Dr. Robert Sheldon Duncanson, he was the best known African American painter in the years surrounding the Civil War. He was based in Cincinnati, encouraged by abolitionists who, among other things, sponsored a trip for him to do some study in Europe. This is a painting that he painted in 1859, and I think maybe it's sort of the classic America as a paradise painting that a lot of painters were doing then. But for him, a black artist painting this painting that's so much like an American utopia on the verge of a war that we would fight over slavery, makes all of that, I think, even more interesting in that while he faced lots of challenges, obviously was optimistic even in 1859 about America. And so, Dr. Biden, thanks for helping select this painting, and glad to have all four of you here as we move on to my good friend, Senator Klobuchar. The rainbow is always a good sign. Let's hope so.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Door number 2. Oh, yeah, good. Mr. President, First Lady, Madam Vice President, and our very first second gentleman, on behalf of the American people, it is our honor to present these custom-made crystal vases commemorating your historic inauguration. Lennox, which you know is a great company, American company, has handcrafted these gifts for the past 9 presidential inaugurations. It is a good thing I don't have to hand them to you personally. They each weigh with the base 32 pounds, but combined 64. But Jill, I know, is very strong and could take them both. Exactly. But the Lennox company is actually based in Bristol, Pennsylvania, which you know, Mr. President, is a mere 132 miles from Scranton. Since we know today all roads lead to Scranton. The team at Lennox has worked for months to capture the spirit of this inauguration and your incoming administration. Mr. President, your vase features the White House, and Vice President Harris's features the U.S. Capitol. The gifts represent the hope and the faith the American people have placed in you to move our country forward. Thank you. Thank you.
Thank you.
Well, Mr. President, Madam Vice President, while the pandemic has sadly limited our usual hospitality, as others have mentioned, I'm very glad we still carry on some of our favorite inaugural traditions. It's my honor and privilege to help present these flags of our nation that were flown over today's event here at the Capitol. Now, I have to make one point of personal privilege on behalf of the Senate. With all due respect to our distinguished Speaker and our colleagues from the House, I have to note Not only did we just swear in a son and daughter of the Senate to these high offices, but indeed both these former senators skipped the House altogether. The Star-Spangled Banner is our greatest symbol of our endurance of the American idea. It flies over this building on triumphant days and on tragic ones, over all factions and all parties. And today this flag flew over our former colleague's inauguration as the very first female Vice President of the United States. So to our very distinguished former colleague, Madam Vice President, please accept this flag with the highest compliments and congratulations of the United States Senate.
The distinguished leader of the Senate pointed out that he has hosted this lunch for members of the Senate who have become president and vice president. But I have the privilege of giving the flag to the President of the United States, the flag that was flown when you were sworn in, Mr. President. This flag may it reflect all that is said about your inauguration. America united. May it be a symbol of the hope, the healing, and the just all of the enthusiasm that you have for our country. And as we heard the beautiful national anthem, when we're at the stadium and they say, is our flag still there? Then you say, play ball, right there, play ball. So we're going to get ready to play ball. We're ready to go with the inspiration of our flag flying. But again, on behalf of the House of Representatives, it is my privilege to extend to you the flag that was flown the early moment that you were sworn in as President of the United States. Thank you, Mr. President. Thank you, Dr. Biden. Thank you. If we had the lunch, we would have had California wine. Is that not right? Madam Vice President, Mr. Emhoff, congratulations. With liberty and justice for all. Thank you.
Hey, man. Long time no see.
Congratulations, Mr. President.
Thank you. Modern technology, right? It's a good picture, too. Well, President Biden, Vice President Harris, Dr. Biden, and Mr. Emhoff, on behalf of Republicans and Congress, congratulations. Very proud of you both. When President Washington was sworn in as the first president of the United States, only a handful of people saw the ceremony or heard the famous first inaugural address. Today, the inauguration is seen around the nation and indeed around the world. Yet the task facing the nation is no less momentous than it was in Washington's time. I listened to your speech today. You talked among the tension and division. Our task as leaders is to bind this nation's wounds and dedicate ourselves to the values of all Americans share together. With modern technology, just a few minutes ago, it captured in these pictures. History in the making for all the world to see. This picture should serve as a reminder of that task that we have before us. As a very proud son of California, it is my honor to present to a very proud daughter of California as well. Today, Vice President Harris made history, and all of America should celebrate that. But we should also remember that this is not the end, but just the beginning. As leaders, we are judged not by our words, but by our actions. So let's go forth from here together, accomplish great things for the American people. And every time you look at this photo, remember the beginning of the job we have to do. Congratulations.
Madam Vice President, Mr. Imhoff, Dr. Biden, Mr. President. No, Joe, you're Mr. President. And we are so proud of that. Dr. Biden, he makes you call him Mr. President? Marriage is about to get rocky, I can tell. On behalf of the Joint Congressional Committee on the Inaugural Ceremonies, I too am proud. More than that, I'm ecstatic to present the two of you this picture. A testament to technology and a testament to history. Mr. President, in your speech, you talked about faith. You talked about tribulations, but you talked about victory. The Johnson brothers wrote a great hymn. You know it well, Mr. President. Today, we have a new day. And that hymn came out of faith and out of deep trouble into hope. And they said, facing the rising sun of our new day begun, let us march on till victory's won. That's what your speech was about. And that's why we are so proud and ready to march with you, President Biden. God bless.
And they're both different. Yeah. Get the whole family in there.
Oh, God. Well, thanks, President. Thank you. Good to meet you. Thank you. You bet. Thank you, everyone.
What you just watched was a different version of the inaugural ceremonies that normally take place during the inauguration. Of course, they had to change some things around due to the pandemic. So what you saw was them going around to the different stations that were set up in order for them to receive some of their commemorative gifts, some inaugural traditional ceremonies that take place. You saw them receive a 32-pound glass handcrafted work of art. You saw a painting by a Black artist from the 1800s that had a rainbow in it, and they mentioned how significant and how hopeful, hopefully, the rainbow can represent a new day and a new leadership that has entered into the administration. So we also witnessed President Joe Biden signing his first act, order, paper, however you want to say it, as he ushers in his new presidency. He plans hours later, just hours later today, not tomorrow. He is starting work immediately. He plans to sign several executive orders in order to try and begin the repairs to a nation that has been fractured and suffered for 4 long years. The ceremonies are not complete. They still have a couple more stops that they need to do. We mentioned earlier stopping by the tombs of the unknown soldiers. We also mentioned, just totally lost the name of the other ceremony that they have to do. The point is they have a couple more stops that they have to make, but they are starting their jobs today, period. I, for one, am very excited. I cannot wait to see what this administration will bring, the work that this administration will do. We have plenty of coverage left. You will be with Alex and I for at least the next hour. If you missed any part of the coverage, you can always watch it later. You should be listening on Boss FM or BNA. You can also view on our Facebook and YouTube pages. We will continue to cover the inaugural ceremonies of the 59th presidential inauguration. If you are wondering why we have the 46th president, but 59th inauguration, it is because some presidents, of course, have been in office more than once. And so therefore, more than one inauguration for the same president. But they, of course, stay the same president. So that's just a little tidbit, little fun fact. You will see that all of the dignitaries, VIPs, are now leaving, heading to the next stop, including Mitch McConnell there. The Senator Amy Klobuchar has been everywhere, literally everywhere. And I am quite all right with it. So more coverage coming soon. And Alex, I don't know about you. I just keep saying I have a grateful heart. I'm just so grateful.
The study, and I could not, I didn't even realize I was muted. But that's because I'm doing two things. And so if you're watching, you see that. I'm in here yelling. All I was saying is smiles. And I literally muted myself. So that's totally on me. The point I was making is that there's also been a study, and I couldn't find it. I was trying to find it, about allegiance and loyalty to American leaders. And the study basically explained how, whether it's a democratic leader or an autocratic leader or a communistic leader, people have allegiances to them. And when they are no longer the leader, those allegiances fade. So I think while we've been a little distraught over 75 million people voting for Donald Trump, part of that was because they thought he was a leader. Especially if you think about this being a nation of immigrants. People have come from different places. They come from different backgrounds, a different understanding, something that we've explored before that is probably time to do again. Another network actually did this last week, of how many people even know what the Constitution says, what's legal. Right. So if you believe that the Constitution gives the president auto power, then you think anybody that was speaking against the previous president was being unpatriotic and undemocratic and was not following what like the way that this country was designed. So it'll be interesting to see if that study holds true and people, their allegiances switch. And I think one thing that we are stuck with that we haven't had before is misinformation, rampant misinformation. It's a huge problem. It's going to be a huge thing, a huge battle that we're going to continue to fight through. But I think part of understanding how to move forward and how we move forward is ensuring that we are intentional in the way that we educate our neighbors. And the Reverend alluded to neighbors today. I know you and I talk about neighbors often and how looking at people as your neighbor and considering that you are your neighbor's keeper in a sense, because this is your country and your neighbor's country. And then keeping that at the forefront of our thoughts, especially as we move forward with new leadership in this country, a new administration, and some new goals and objectives. I think there's tons of opportunity here for us to see some improvements.
Yeah, absolutely. I completely agree. And I think that, again, we mentioned before, and as President Joe Biden said, that just sounds so good rolling off the tongue. President Joe Biden, it just rolls right, just I'm grateful.
Once Vice President, now President Joe Biden. It sounds amazing.
It just
does.
sounds amazing. I completely lost my point because my gratefulness just overtook me. But as President Biden said, unity is the path forward. So again, like you said, the neighbors, we are our neighbors' keepers, and we have to be our neighbors' keepers because
we are. And one thing that we'll be seeing next, Biden is actually scheduled to review the troops, and this is another custom. This is a traditional custom of the recently inaugurated president to lay eyes on the troop, as he is the commander-in-chief of the military. And a lot of people don't understand that that was the innate responsibility of the president when the office was initially created. When this country's forefathers broke away from England, they did not seek to have a king. They were not looking to build a monarchy. Because we could be living in a country where, the reigning monarchy was the Washington family or the Jefferson family. And, people that would have invaded this country and then established themselves as royalty. That didn't happen, but they did designate a president to be the commander-in-chief and basically the designate of the United States military. That means he oversees all now 6 branches of the military, as the last administration added the United States Space Force, which is under the command of the United States Space Command. And so with all 6 branches of the military, I need to get that right, Joe Biden now oversees them. And that's why there was a lot of confusion and concern, because the commander-in-chief holds the nuclear codes to the nuclear arsenal that could really demolish any nation. The capabilities that the United States have or has are absolute. And so there's some disparities on what people understand those codes to be and how those codes work. But now the nuclear football is now essentially in the possession of Joe Biden. There's a body man that carries the codes, and he has what's called the biscuit, that are actually his activation codes that identify him as the president of the United States, to be able to activate any, I sound educated, to be able to activate the nuclear codes. And now, while it's not like the movies, it's not like TV, and it's not like shows that you and I watch, him opening the briefcase, there's still additional channels that he has to go through. There's commanders in the military that have to sign off, and the actions that he takes must be calculated, must be absolute, must be proportional, and they must be legal. And so that's why we may have been concerned about Trump having nuclear codes. The commanders of the military were not. If the president were to persist and insist that these codes be activated, military commanders would have no choice but to resign, because they would not be able to assist the president in performing an illegal action like that. And I think that right there, if you've had problems with the United States, if you've had frustrations with the country and how it's treated people, know that the system, as designed, works against certain people, but it in essence, it does work. I think this democracy has held, and for it to hold in the future, I think that we all have to remain vigilant. So this is a win today, but this is not a win forever.
I agree. The win forever will come once we really begin to take on that value of unity is the path forward. And until we do that, until we all work together to truly seek justice for all, liberty for all, peace for all, equality for all, men, women, children, Black, white, brown, Puerto Rican, Latina, Asian American, whatever, and the indigenous populations to this country, we will not have a good, solid path forward to what this country truly is supposed to represent. And that's just where we are. You see all of the branches of military. You see all of the branches of military passing the president and vice president, as well as the first lady and the second gentleman. And again, this is just a traditional inaugural ceremony that must occur. And you see Vice President Kamala's husband whispering to her, and it almost looked like she was like, not now. But I don't know about you. I absolutely love Second Gentleman Doug. I think that he is hilarious. Yes, I think he's
I don't know much about
hysterical.
him, honestly.
Every time
I
he
really don't.
I don't know much about him, but every time they've done an interview, or I was watching an interview where it was at home with Vice President-elect, now Vice President Kamala Harris, and husband Doug, Second Gentleman Doug, and they were just hysterical. He's funny. I find him
Well, I
comical.
believe that I will get to know him. Yeah, I think I'll get to know him over the next 4 years. Obviously, I think the interesting thing is because honestly, right now I'm thinking in my head, I'm trying to place his voice, and I wouldn't even know what he sounded like. And that's how I felt about. When I'm done with that last administration, I'm not going to say anything else. But I don't know much about what he sounds like, but I'm sure he'll be doing interviews and he'll appear with his lovely wife, and I'll be able to see and really have an analysis of just the comic relief that he's offering. I think we wanted to sound the alarms. I have a side conversation I want to talk to you about about the Christians later. But I will say this: I think that when it comes to Americans returning to normalcy, and I don't have the graphic, we may have it when we come back from the next break. The second trending topic in the United States right now is about the shoes that Kamala Harris's sister, Mina's husband, was wearing. He was wearing some Jordan 1 Air Jordan Dior 1s, and they caught him coming down the inauguration. Actually, they caught him coming down, and I had it up on my monitor, and I've lost it now.
I'm actually just watching Dr. Jill Biden struggle to get in the car. Bless her heart. Somebody get her a pair of flats, okay?
Well,
she's not feeling the heels anymore.
That's the beast. And what you're looking at, that is a bulletproof, vapor-proof, terrorist-proof vehicle that the president travels in. And so it is sealed, like they're inside of a vault. And so it's going to be a struggle. Jill Biden, your driving days are over. So the quick stops that you made to Kroger, those are done. Even as the vice president, you could get away with it. As the vice president's wife, you can drive yourself to campus. Even with Secret Service following, your driving days are over. This is interesting because I don't know if you remember, Hillary Clinton was asked when she ran for president the last time she drove. She was like, I think 1990.
Right.
One.
And
so those days are over. They're likely over for Kamala Harris as well.
Absolutely.
I'm speculating, right? The vice president does not have. I'm calling things. I can't. I'm going to maintain my integrity, and I'm not going to speculate. But I am. That's a hope.
Okay.
I hope her driving days are over.
Okay. I'm going to leave that there.
I hope my driving days are over. Okay.
Lord. Well, even when they just open the doors, you could see how thick the doors truly are. It is indeed a massive beast of a car, of a vehicle, but it is needed to protect the leadership of this country because we just don't have time we just don't have time. So, fortunately, all of the ceremonies are going swimmingly well, without a hitch, some even a little bit early, because the oath, I believe, occurred at about 11:50 a.m. It was scheduled for 12 p.m. on the dot. So they are moving right along in these inaugural ceremonies. Next, they are going to be
the license plate for me.
It's the license plate. Yes, agreed. Next, they are going to head to Arlington National Cemetery, where they are going to visit the Tomb of the Unknown, or the Tomb of the Unknown Soldiers, also as it's also known as. But it's just a lot of ceremony today, a lot of joy, a lot of happiness. Grateful. I'm just grateful. I know we have some reactions. We talked earlier today about the difference in the reactions between when Obama won, to when Trump won, to when Biden won. And I think that what I'm hearing and what I'm seeing, not just in the United States, but across the globe, is just a reaction of, oh, finally. There is a hope, especially with our fractured international relationships, that this Biden-Harris administration can get our international relationships back on track. There have been a lot of announcements, of course, of who are the new members of the Biden-Harris administration's cabinet, who was on the transition team, who's going to be the new Secretary of Education. And there's so many departments within the government. You and I have gone down these rabbit holes a plethora of times, down to, what does the Department of the Interior do? And so he's gone through all of that. He's named and announced all of the names, but it is going to be key to see the next 100 days, the next year, the next 2 years, and then, of course, the rest of the administration. But the next 1 to 2 years will be very crucial in rebuilding our international relationships, getting back into the Paris
100%.
the Paris Accords and the climate change work that must be done. I believe he just got on the phone, but if you are just tuning in, we have been covering the 59th presidential inauguration of President Joseph Biden and Vice President Kamala Harris and the First Lady and Second Gentleman. Of course, they are going to be starting their work today, just hours after the inauguration. There are executive orders that must be signed, work that must be done. You see them pulling off here to go to their next stop in the inaugural ceremonies. They are almost done. There's also a celebration tonight at 8:30 p.m. We will not be covering that, but you are more than welcome to watch it. It will be hosted by Tom Hanks.
I'm not gonna lie to you, I won't be there, but I'm not even gonna read about it. It's never been my thing. I'll be honest with you, and I think that for a lot of Americans, this day is special to them. They are going to follow this up and down, and I think that you should. I think this is your country, and you should have the right to do that, and you should be able to follow it and enjoy the activities as they are presented. So I'm totally here for it. I'm here for it. I think that, and I heard this said last week, when you go to a lot of banquets and basically it was alluded to that you go to these places and eat a lot of bad chicken, a bad expensive chicken or a bad boiled chicken. It's like there's always some type of balsamic chicken creation with grilled lines on the plate, and tossed grass. But it's not it's not really my thing.
But with a drizzle of dressing.
A drizzle of olive oil.
Right. Hey, Miss Pelosi.
And now we see, is this Nancy Pelosi?
It is. I think green was the color of today. Her and that was Speaker of the House, Nancy Pelosi, and Dr. Joe Biden seem to have on similar colors. I love it. I think that, as you mentioned, you were speaking about the shoes or a few minutes ago. I think that I've already seen push alerts and articles and everything about the fashion of today, the fashions of the inauguration, and what is everyone wearing, what is everyone doing, and all of that. I won't say that I don't necessarily care about the fashions. I think I'm just so happy to have new leadership and a new administration. But I will say the Obamas looked great. And the Clintons were there, the Bushes were there, the Obamas were there, Pence was there, the Trumps were not. And I think the only reason I wanted the Trumps to be there was so that officials knew where he was to arrest him. But other than that, I didn't really need him at the inauguration, and that's just me personally. But I think that
I'm hearing now that Kamala Harris wore purple today as an ode to Shirley Chisholm.
oh, that makes sense. So for those who don't know, Shirley Chisholm, she was the first Black woman to run for president. She didn't win, but I think that is an amazing tribute if that is in fact the case. It was an amazing coat. Amazing coat. It was a nice black heel. This is where I kind of step into the churchy side of me. We had a good reverend prayer, a petition before the Lord, where he called down heaven and prayed earth.
I think that prayer was moving whether you're churched or not, because the man prayed with power. So I think that was the most phenomenal thing. I think when it really comes down to I catch the things that make sense. If it's stunning and it's there's a reason for me to catch it. But the details that y'all be seeing with those women eyes, I don't see that. I don't know. I don't know what you saw. What you said you saw, I just believe you because I don't know.
I believe that someone's got to
y'all
get
can
Dr.
see the
Joe.
lips. You can see the
We
eyebrows.
can.
You can see.
We
I can
can.
barely see, so I can't see. I don't know. I don't know.
What
I don't know
what
any of
you all do not get is the work that it takes to
We don't
to
care, and that's where because y'all used to say that, oh, this is we do all this extra for you. We don't really care because we can't even see it. Y'all see it. Y'all are doing this actually for each other, and because y'all are critiquing each other, we see wrong show, wrong time, wrong place.
The point of the matter
Black News Alert, if you're just now tuning in.
Right. The point of the matter is they looked beautiful, beautiful gowns, as one would say. But I do think that I don't know that I could be in this position. Someone would have had to get me a flat after I took the oath. Get me a good ballet flat so that I can do all the rest of this walking.
But see, we do like to see y'all walk in heels, though. We do like that.
So that is something you all pay attention to. And now the heel.
That's something we like. We think flats are funny.
Oh my goodness. Let me tell you.
I know they're comfortable. That's not what this is even about. But it is what it is. This is the truth.
I hear you. And don't get me wrong. I love a good heel. Love a good heel. Most women do. We love to wear a good heel. But as Oprah used to say on her show, there's a difference between a 1-hour heel and a 30-minute heel. And as nice as some of the shoes are that we saw today, these are 30-minute shoes. These are not walk down all of the stairs of the East Front to get to the car shoes. You need a ballet flat for that. So
I tend to, and I don't have a bone in this fight, right? But I think that on this monumental day, this is a once in a lifetime opportunity, or a once in a lifetime event, because it could happen again. It could have never happened. It may never happen again. I feel like, listen, you got to put on that 30-minute heel for 30 hours, and get through this day. And that's what this day is about, because it doesn't happen. Like, even Kamala, when you saw her coming out, she was really, really relishing in the moment. Like, I don't want to forget this. I don't want to diminish the power of what this day is and what it means. And I think we saw that from her. I think that was great to see from her. And I just think that there is an air of appreciation.
I agree.
And we can all be thankful for right now.
And there's a lot of symbolism going on. As we mentioned in our coverage earlier today, the oath, once Vice President Kamala Harris took her oath, she took it using Thurgood Marshall's Bible. It was Justice Sotomayor that swore her in. The Bible that President Joe Biden used was a Bible that has been in his family for generations. So there was a lot of symbolism. There was a lot of care taken in the order of service that was done during today's inauguration. They also had to, of course, account for the differences that needed to take place because of the pandemic. They couldn't necessarily do all of the things that they would do. As we heard when they were presenting the painting, Dr. Jill Biden helped select the painting because there's normally a completely different ceremony that occurs, but they found another way to make things work. They took different stops where they did some of the different traditional ceremonies. So I think that I completely understand why Vice President, it's going to take me a minute to get out of the habit of saying Vice President-elect, but why Vice President Kamala Harris wanted to really sit and relish in the moment. It is a momentous occasion. We have the first Black woman, Indian American woman, who is now Vice President of the United States. And after such a tyranny period of 4 years with a misogynistic, racist bigot in the White House, it is completely momentous and completely understandable to want to just take a moment, really relish in what is going on, so that we can truly just digest what's happening here. That in the year 2021, there was an attack on the Capitol of a magnitude that we have not seen in over 100 years. But we also got to swear in the first Black woman. And now they are headed to Arlington National Cemetery, as we mentioned, to visit the tomb of the unknown, and that is unknown soldiers, to memorialize those who are deceased in military service, but whose remains have never been identified. So that is where they are headed to now. That is the procession that we are watching. There are still 1 or 2 more things that have to occur before they are done with all of the inaugural ceremonies, and before they can start their work of signing executive orders and everything else. What do you think is going to be Dr. Jill Biden?
Before they start their work of getting to the business.
Yes. And of course, every First Lady comes out with a plan or a motto, a program of sorts. What do you think, or do you have any ideas or thoughts on what Dr. Jill Biden's will be?
I really don't. I actually, right before we came back from this last break, and we were talking about Twitter taking over the accounts and giving them to their rightful owners, as should be done. I noticed that FLOTUS now belongs to Jill Biden. FLOTUS 45 is now, it's an archived government account that's available. And the website listed on FLOTUS 45's Twitter account is bebest.gov. We all remember when Melania Trump came out with her anti-bullying platform. It's very hard for me to get through this because her husband was the ultimate bully. So it was a total conundrum, like the largest example of the country that we were living in. bebest.gov is still up. I really believe that Jill's heart is for children and for education, which is important, right? There's our shows were preempted today, so I really didn't even get to jump into this. But we've talked about the onslaught of and the lack of intelligence that's rampant in our country right now. And I said on one of our calls earlier, an editorial call earlier this morning with my team, that generations used to get smarter. And so now we need to really become active for a customer, for generations to get smarter, because they're no longer getting smarter. And I hope that Jill adopts something around that. That's what I'm speculating, as she does have her PhD in education, and she was a college professor and spent many years as a teacher. I would imagine that we would expect that her platform have to do a lot with children. The SAT announced today that they were removing some pertinent parts of the test because it was just too hard for kids at this point. The essay portion, and I think there's another portion that they're just removing indefinitely from the test, and I think that contributes to what we see. So if I have less of a speculation of what she will choose as her platform and more of a hope, because I think what I know about her is passion for her family, Passion for the country and passion for education.
I agree. And I think that for me, I've said it before and I'll continue to say it, America is 27th in education. What does that mean? That means we need to not necessarily remove portions from our standardized testing, but we need to increase the quality of education in this country so that students all across America are afforded the opportunity to do well on the standardized testing that is done in this country. They are afforded the opportunity to get into different schools. They are afforded the opportunity to get into any school they want. And not just that, but we have to look at the financial burden that it takes to attend school as well, whether that be really at any age or grade level, because even pre-K is quite expensive in this country to get a quality get your child into a quality pre-K program. So I think that it is essential to increase the quality of education and resources and materials just community wide, especially in disenfranchised communities that have not seen new books in years, that have not, the teachers have not gotten raises in years, the administrations have not turned over, the councils, the school councils have had the same people sitting on them for a decade. It's time for changes at that level as well. So I'm going to agree with you. I do hope, and I assume that due to Dr. Jill Biden's background, that probably will be at least a part of the program that she launches as the first lady. And I'm also curious to see what the vice president and second gentleman have planned as well. We've heard a lot of plans about what the priorities are of this administration. So I'm sure we'll see a lot of that in the first 100 days. But education has got to be a top priority, absolutely, because we're failing as a country. Really, truly, we are. And I think that
a lack of education is what? Go ahead. I'm sorry, I didn't mean to cut you off.
No, it's fine. I just education. And it's been preached to us, and that I don't want people to think that, we are just saying that everyone needs to get a higher education and go as far as they can, because not everyone wants to do that. Not everyone is made to do that. School is not for everyone. I get that. I mean, finish high school, but school is not for everyone. And there are different types of schools. There are trade schools. There are community colleges. There are HBCUs, which I'm always a huge proponent of, but there are different ways of getting an education that do not just involve going to, the local public school. Make sure that you're doing education in different ways in your homes as well. But help the teachers out. I still think it's ridiculous that teachers have to pay for their own classroom materials and resources. That's asinine to me that in 2021, teachers are still primarily funding the students' education. They're already not paid enough.
Well, that wasn't always the case.
Was not
and
always.
So getting back to a place where we don't neglect those that have the minds and the destinies of our future leaders in their hands, they don't need to be neglected.
Right. I completely agree. The fact that, you and I have talked many times about the different mock ceremonies and elections that we had to do when we were growing up. I don't think that they do those anymore. We had home ec, and it was not a gender-based home ec. It was, you need to learn how to balance your finances. You need to learn how to cook basic things to survive and fend for yourself. I saw I saw a tweet not too long ago where, no shade to this man, but I saw that someone didn't know that you have to buy shower hooks to hang up a shower curtain. He was just putting the whole shower rod through the shower curtain. Simple things like that need to be taught somewhere, somehow. We don't balance checkbooks anymore. When you and I were in school, not to age us, but when you and I were in school, they were teaching us how to balance your checkbook. I hated writing in that little registry. I don't want to write that. I don't want to write down that I spent $1 on, a Happy Meal at McDonald's or whatever. That's dumb to me. So have different.
I mean, and to your point, I think there are some things that people need to be taught, and then some things that need to update. We have checking accounts, and kids have checking accounts, and we'll never have checks. So we need to rename them. We need to update those accounts, and those accounts are the way that they are because of federal regulations. The reason that there's no regulation for the internet or for companies that are on the internet that kind of operate like utilities, which I see an argument for that, but it's not there because it takes the law so long to catch up. The problem is that the law, once the law is set, it never changes because people get set in their ways. And there's people that think that checking laws and federal laws that regulate federal banks need to remain the same, and they are 81 in passing legislation. And when I say 81 or 80, I'm talking about Nancy Pelosi, and I'm talking about Chuck Schumer, and I'm talking about Mitch McConnell, and I'm talking about Maxine Waters, and all of these people that we revere and we honor. We should be gleaning from them, and we should be taking wisdom from them. And not that they should necessarily be gone, but other voices have to be at the table. There are people still writing checks at grocery stores and gas stations. If I owned a grocery store or a gas station, I wouldn't take your check.
At all. I actually get annoyed when I'm behind someone with a check. I gotta find another lane. I'm sorry, because that's going to take far too long, and I can't. But that is coming from me, who I still have checkbooks. Not that I use them. I can't tell you the last time I wrote a check, but I have. But I have them, is my point.
I had them when I moved. Well, I haven't had checks in 4 years. I won't be going back to. I don't have a need for a check for any reason at all.
No, it's funny when I
purchase something with my checking account, I can go online and print out a document that shows you what my account number is. There's just no need for it.
But there are some businesses that still take checks. When I purchased my last home, the original.
You know what? And I'm not. Okay, I'm gonna let you tell your story because I know where you're going.
They wanted me to mail a check, and I said that is asinine. I'm not doing that. You need an online system. But the banking company that was servicing my mortgage was out of state, so they said, "Well, you can come into the branch and pay it, or you can mail us a check." Well, I don't live in Texas, and I'm not mailing you a check. It took care of it, but the point is,
you're literally making the number one liberal argument that the country is too big because there are places that want to continue to write checks, and there are those of us that live in places that there's nowhere that still accepts checks, and we don't want to be in the same country. I mean, I think I know that we want to kind of jump into what's happening here and the Tomb of the Unknown. This is a really sentimental moment for not just President Biden and First Lady Jill Biden, but for all of those participating. This is an honorable moment and a moment that should definitely be revered.
I agree. I think that this is one of the traditions that it must be kept. Again, we were talking about the different service members, the men and women of this country who serve this country because they believe in the values and principles that this country are built on and are supposed to represent. So I think that traditions like this are something that we need to keep this. We need to honor those who have gone before us, who have fought and served this country and fought and served it well. So this is, again, if you are just tuning in, the president and the vice president-elect are headed to the Arlington National Cemetery to honor the fallen soldiers at the Tomb of the Unknown Soldiers for those who are deceased but have not been identified. So we're going to go to that coverage now, and we will be back after they leave this momentous occasion.
Honor guard. Attention. Present arms. Order! Arms!
President, Madam Vice President, please conduct these five.
Advance the colors.
That was the traditional inaugural ceremony of President Joe Biden, Vice President Kamala Harris, the Obamas, the Bushes, and the Clintons visiting the tomb of the unknown soldier in honor of memorializing those who have gone before us, the fallen soldiers who have been unidentified, and excuse me, those who have fought and served this country. So next, there will be a virtual, not parade. Normally, there's a parade on Pennsylvania Avenue for the new administration, our new leadership. However, of course, in a pandemic, that will not be occurring today. Instead, there will be a virtual procession, as we mentioned earlier, with some musical performances and guests, and it will be hosted by Tony Goldwyn, also known as President Fitzgerald from Scandal, which I just think is very poignant. That will start at about 3:15. Our coverage will commence, will continue, not commence. Our coverage will continue throughout those events. We are currently looking at a beautiful view of DC. It's just a beautiful day for new leadership. It's a beautiful day. In the words of Mr. Rogers, what a beautiful day in the neighborhood. A beautiful day. Won't you be my neighbor?
It's beautiful. I think we should also note how monumental, again, for those of you just tuning in, it's not another presidential election. It is an election that a president received over 80 million votes. That's a groundbreaking. The first time that a Black woman and an Indian woman have been elected to the second highest office in the land here. What's also notable is her husband standing with her and behind her. All of that should be noted. All of that should be noted that that's okay. It's not emasculating. It's not out of the norm. It is what the country literally speaks to being able to provide. For 40, literally 45 times, this country has elected old and white. We're past 4 years of Trump. Tiff, I know I used to say this for like every day, but 45 times that's what we've done.
Right.
The Constitution and its framers, and their argument always, especially from one specific political party, is that all of the necessary evils came together to make this country what it is. So why is there such an intent to take away from the people that the country was supposedly created for? Right? If these necessary evils were in place, from slavery to oppression of women and oppression of minorities, and the mistreatment of women and the mistreatment of minorities, and the enslavement of people for 400, like on this land, the intent should be that those people that felt that marginalization should be able to thrive, and they should be pushed if they are exceptional, right? No one should be sitting in those offices unless they are exceptional. But when they are exceptional in those ways, there's absolutely no reason. There's no reason at all that they should not be propelled and pushed into the highest offices in the land. And I am just elated to see that Kamala Harris has been able to step into and cement history for not just you and I, but for that 3-year-old and 4-year-old that looked up for the first time and saw someone representing their country that looked just like them.
Agreed. And I think that I'm reminded of the moments when a little girl was looking up at the picture of Michelle Obama, or just in meeting Michelle Obama, the different meetings and everything that we've seen plenty of videos on. And I think that this moment is similar to that, but it is so much more, again, in that Vice President Kamala Harris wore purple in honor of Shirley Chisholm, who first ran as the first Black woman for president, and now is the first Black female vice president. So I, for one,
there was a viral video. Oh, go ahead. The delay.
I was going to say, I, for one, am glad to see a Black woman at the helm. Black women have been asking for a Black woman to be in leadership for years, literally. From the time that we were talking Osama bin Laden, send out a group of Black women to find him, we would find him very quickly. And I say that somewhat jokingly, but not jokingly. We really are just amazing. And I, as a Black woman, can't sit here and not just, of course, express how proud I am to see this moment and to be able to live in this moment, of course, with everything that we've gone through over the last few decades in this country. But it is crucial to know and to again pay attention to, there is a lot of systemic racism that is built into the fabric of this country. And the founding fathers themselves planned to just have the Constitution be the beginning of the country. It was not meant to be cemented into the fabric of the country as the end all be all rules and regulations and laws that we are to abide by in this country. It was meant to be a starting point. And so I think that we have a long way to go when it comes to the laws catching up with the times, when it comes to policies catching up with the times, when it comes to even verbiage. I was reading an article from Pitt's Library at the theology school at Emory University, changing the codes that are on the books because the books for African Americans were still labeled Negro. And that is just even systemic things that are just built in. And so I think that even little steps like that have to be taken. And it wasn't just African Americans, it was Asian Americans as well. So they had a couple of codes that they were changing, but even small steps like that make a big difference. And so I think that, again, we've said it before, we'll say it again, I'll say it again. There are always a plethora of ways to get involved in the fight for social justice and justice for all, everywhere, for everyone. And so I think that We talked about education and that possibly being the platform that Dr. Jill Biden develops her program on, since she has a very long-standing history in education, in the field of education. It's needed. I think it is a huge disservice for these standardized tests to adjust in the way that they are. I think our education system needs to adjust. I think that our economy needs to adjust in the way that there are disparities in food and resources in different communities. We have a lot of disenfranchised peoples and populations that need justice in different areas: education, resources, food availability, homing availability, affordable housing availability, and minimum wage. So we have a long way to go in this country. Unity is definitely the path forward, in the words of our new president. And I'm anxious to see what's next. But you were going to say something.
No, I was just saying there was a young lady or a young girl that a viral video the day that we did it, Joe, happened, that she saw Kamala Harris on the screen and touched the screen and just for the first time said, "Mommy, she looks like me," and that video exploded. And I think, while not only as Black women have fought and asked for this, many would say that it's deserving, and Black people are deserving of roles in leadership of a country that they built, and paved the way for everyone else that's here, white, Asian, Hispanic, despite the origin, and this visibility makes it possible for us to see what we saw. Kamala Harris was also only the second Black woman to ever be in the Senate.
Right. Which says a lot. A lot. And we're now getting some diversity into Congress, which I'm very grateful for. More women more persons of color. And I think that, and I say that term intentionally, because it's not just Black women or Black men. It really is persons of color and different ages. And so I think that, as you mentioned earlier, different voices are needed as we continue to adjust and make changes to certain policies and legislation in this country. And so I'm hopeful. I agree with you. I'm hopeful. I did see that viral video, and I think that hopefully, again, we'll continue to see a lot of changes, different people of different backgrounds and ethnicities and walks of life, different experiences coming to the table to provide a new voice, along with the seasoned voice, as I like to call it, to continue to chart a path forward, and intergenerational communications with each other, to take the good and mix it with some more good, the old and the new, the seasoned and the freshmen, to really chart a path forward, and get this country to a place that we've never been before. Of course, 45 ran on the platform of Make America Great Again, and many of us were left wondering, when exactly was America great? Like, what decade was America great? Give us a time frame, because we have dealt with oppression and suppression and murder and just inequality in this country, injustice for many, for generations to come. So I think if we can get this country to a point where we actually are great, where we're not 27th in education, where we're not one of the top countries in the world that is suffering from a pandemic and has completely ridiculous numbers because we're not doing what we need to do. We have healthcare changes that need to be made. We have a prison industrial complex that needs to be revamped completely. We have a mental health care system that absolutely needs reformation. We have a lot of change that must occur. Now, with that being said, I have also seen, and I'm hopeful to continue to see, the unity that we are speaking of, where we can all come together and be accomplices in the fight for justice for all, and speak up for one another, whether that be for LGBTQIA rights, for Black lives to matter, or any other justice, a fight for justice that we are seeking, especially when it comes to immigration. We talked about the Dreamers earlier. We talked about an executive order that the Biden and Harris administration is planning to try and reduce some of those regulations and horrendous policies that the Trump administration put in place to try and make those who are seeking sanctuary in this country even harder to gain, or citizenship in this country even harder to gain. So I'm hopeful for sure. But I'm also, I think, in a place of being realistic as a Black person in this country, that we still have a very, very long way to go. But I'm hopeful that this is a step in the right direction. We just have a lot of work to do. So the Biden-Harris administration.
I don't think it's any question of.
Go ahead.
I don't think it's any question of when America was great to the people that make that statement. So I don't think us asking the question is really necessary. I'm clear on when you thought it was great. I know that based on how the framers wrote it, that it may not have even been their intent, but the interpretation is open to the people that are born in this country and that have citizenship and are able to speak to it, are able to interpret it, and then actually perpetuate that interpretation. So it is making America great is a prerogative of mine, and it's a right of mine as somebody that has the birthright of being an American. And I think that's just that. Just my thoughts there.
I completely agree with you. I completely agree with you.
I did want to say this. Biden is to sign 17. He's headed back to the White House soon, where he will sign, now we know the number, 17 executive orders today. 17. Wow. And so we're working on getting those details of what those orders are. And like you, we will be following to see, what is that's monumental. I don't know how many were signed, and I think we need to do the research just to find out how many orders were signed by the last president, his predecessor.
It's
been a long time. I need some water. His predecessor, and so we just need to find out those details. So we do know that he will sign 17 executive orders on day one. That is today.
That is a lot of executive orders, and that's a lot of executive orders. I assume that at least one of them will have something to do with coronavirus. I'm sure another one will have to do with immigration. 17. That's
17.
That's quite a few. Well, yes,
we will put the team to work.
We do need to find out what those are, and we will be back with more coverage, more live coverage of the inaugural ceremonies of the 46th president. 46th president and 59th inauguration of 2021 of now President Joseph Biden and Vice President Kamala Harris. So we will be right back. And I think that, again, we have to find a way to deal with the trauma and our healing that has to take place. But we also cannot just rush to reconciliation without acknowledgement of the trauma, without acknowledgement of the wrongs, without acknowledgement of the policies that need to be changed, without acknowledgement of the fact that this asshat clown is trying to do 100 commutations. Huh?
I said we tried.
I didn't try. I never promised that. He's trying to do 100 commutations and pardons before he even leaves office. So and that's not a good thing, y'all. Like, at some point, we have to come up from our rock of protection and say, okay, enough is enough. What can I do? What do I need to do? I said I wasn't going to talk about the movie, so I won't do that. But again, finding your area and operating in that. finding an area and operating in that, getting involved. We've talked extensively before about sitting in your representative space. It's even easier now because pandemic. So email them, call their office, especially if you just had someone new, if you just had a new representative elected in your district or in your state, send them an email and introduce yourself. Hi, hello, my name is Tiffanie. I'm one of your constituents. Here are my concerns for this legislative year. Can I get on your calendar to discuss my concerns? If you want verbiage, there are plenty of resources out there on what you can send to your congressman, congresswoman, what you can send to your representative, what you can say.
No. This statement insinuates that what happened today was just a big bloop. We can just look over it and everybody can come together and we can agree that we're going to certify these results. But no, there should be consequences. Not just for those that were at the Capitol today, but for the misinformation handlers that have peddled this information, stood by this information, and you, elected official, that stood by to watch this happen to America. How could you possibly legislate for all of us? How could you possibly be a representative of this nation and all? How could you possibly fulfill that oath?
And, you know, a lot of people are asking, well, what can we do? What can be done? What happens now? Where is the justice? One of the things that can be done is if your legislator, if your representative, if your senator was one of the people that stood by and did absolutely nothing, go sit in their office, write them an email, be on their phone every day. You can hold them accountable, hold their feet and their asses to the fire.
This is the time to heal America. That's the blueprint that will start on January the 20th, 2021.
He says thank you. Is that right? Did you hear that? That's Brooklyn.
Welcome back to our live coverage of Inauguration Day 2021, the 59th Presidential Inauguration. We are waiting just for the virtual procession to begin. It should begin any moment now. It will be hosted by President Fitzgerald from Scandal, also, of course, known by his government name, Tony Goldwyn. It will feature guest appearances and musical performances, including Jon Stewart and Earth, Wind, and Fire throughout the late afternoon. At around 5:15 p.m., President Joseph Biden will be signing 17 executive actions, 15 of which will be executive orders that will also be live streamed. And you can follow that coverage in the BNA app where we will stream that coverage as well. Some of those executive actions include a mask mandate challenge as well as social distancing mandate on all. Now he does have power to enact that in federal grounds, and that is what he will be doing, but he will also be strongly recommending it across the country as we try to beat this COVID pandemic that we are facing. He is also going to be attempting to undo quite a bit of the Trump policies. He wants to restructure the federal government coordination. He'll be putting together an Office of Coronavirus Response in order to try and handle the response to the COVID-19 pandemic that we are facing. He also wants to cease and roll back the Trump administration leaving the World Health Organization that Trump left. He's going to undo that. That was a huge blow to our international relationships and should have never happened. He's planning to extend eviction and foreclosure moratoriums. He is also planning to rejoin the Paris Climate Agreement, which the Trump administration left. It took place under the Obama administration, so he's planning to rejoin that. He's also planning to end the Keystone Pipeline and revoke the oil and gas development at national wildlife monuments. If you are not aware of what that is, this has been a huge issue for indigenous populations that is running through sacred ground and sacred land that we as a country promised to them would be left up to them. It is their land, and the pipeline was going to run through it and cause just reprehensible damage to indigenous populations who have already suffered at the hands of leaders in this country. So he's planning to end that Keystone Pipeline development. He is also going to work on racial equity throughout the federal government and other things. Throughout the first 100 days is when they plan to also work on Dreamers. They're going to release quite a few executive actions. This is a record for a first day. Trump set a record in his first 100 days by signing 20 executive orders and actions, but now President Biden will be undoing that record and signing 17 executive actions in one day. As we have said before, there's a lot that has to be undone. So he is getting started today. Any final thoughts, Alex?
And the names performing tonight, yeah, I would say I think that's wonderful. Rip it all up, throw it all away. That's just my personal opinion, not one that's rooted in any type of fact. They were all trash. 1776 Commission, trash. Leaving the World Health Organization when we're raising a nation of people that were the 27th in education. We can't rely on these people that don't even have a science portion of the SAT, and the SAT is taken off the. Never mind. I can just go on and on. That wasn't smart. It wasn't wise. It's not a wise decision. I think lots of people will be watching the inaugural parade tonight. I may be in and out of it. I cannot confirm or deny whether or not we'll be cognizant for that. As you can see, the tie has come off. So I am yet tired. But people like Tim McGraw, Tyler Hubbard, not sure who that is. Jon Stewart will be there, know him. Bruce Springsteen. I know you mentioned Earth, Wind, and Fire.
Did.
So Bon Jovi. Is it Bon Jovi or John Bovey? Or do you know?
It's Bon Jovi.
See, now you're
Unless
confused
there's a
because
new
you hear
artist.
them both and you're like, not exactly.
No. I'm clear. Unless it's a new artist, because these newfangled children. No shade, y'all. Y'all be coming up with some names, but the artist I know is Bon Jovi. Now, I if my mother is watching, I know she's very
Listen,
happy.
it's
to hear about
news
Tim
to me
McGraw.
that some of these artists. Well, listen, if my little brother's watching, I think he might be as well too, because he was a huge Tim McGraw fan when he was a kid, and he used to want to wear big belt buckles like he was from Texas and a cowboy hat. I'm gonna see if my mom has those pictures. It was a thing.
Wow.
It was a thing. But some of these names, again, it's news to me that people are still with us, and it's great. It's good news, right? I'm not being shady. I'm just saying I had no idea.
It is definitely time for us to go on that note. Again, we will carry the coverage of President Joe Biden signing the executive orders that will happen at 5:15. You can get that stream in the BNA app. If you do not already have it, you should download it right now. You should download the Black News Alerts app as well as the Boss FM app so that you can listen to us regularly as well as our other programming, and make sure you stay up to date on important, crucial stories for our community. So that is going to do it for our inauguration coverage. You can stay tuned as well if you would like to see that virtual procession with Tony Goldwyn. Alex, how can they keep in touch with you and hear you every day?
Nowhere for me personally, but Unmuted Nation on everywhere, okay? All you got to do is type in Unmuted Nation, we pop up, okay? We just pop up. Unmuted Nation, Twitter, Instagram, Facebook, and here at Boss FM. That concludes our coverage. That is also the conclusion of this coverage on Boss FM Talk UNR1. So for those of you that have enjoyed this programming and our coverage of the 59th inauguration, congratulations. Your programming continues on Boss FM Talk. As Tiffanie Lanelle alluded to, the coverage of this day continues in the Black News Alerts app with up-to-date updates of what's happening so that you know what's happening in your country. That's all I got.
And for me, you can hear me every Monday through Friday, 11 a.m. to 1 p.m. on Tiffanie Talks with Tiffanie Lanelle, right in the same Boss FM app. So essentially, you should be listening to the Boss FM app at least from 11 a.m. to 3 p.m. Really longer, just play it all day. And you can hear my show, Tiffanie Talks with Tiffanie Lanelle, as well as Unmuted Nation. That is going to do it for us. You can keep in touch with me at Tiff Lanelle, TIFFLANELLE. Everywhere, Facebook, Twitter. I'm not on Snapchat and I'm not rejoining, but hit us up. Thank you so much for tuning in. It just is what it is. Thank you so much for tuning in to our live coverage of the 59th presidential inauguration. We have a new president. We did it. We made it, y'all. Finally, hallelujah, praise God. And I think on that note, we've got to just end on a praise break. What do you think, Alex?
We did it, Joe!
Y'all be blessed.